All right. Well, now is the time. I guess we're doing the call to the public during our special session. Now is the time, members of the public. If you have comments or questions that you would like to make or to be heard here by the Board of Supervisors, now is your time to be heard. We are asking that if you have matters not on the agenda, that you do bring them to us at this time. Because of the open meeting law, we are not allowed to really answer questions at this point, or really to take up an issue that you may bring under call to the public. However, we are able to refer you to our administration and/or to put it on a follow-up board meeting so that we can have further discussion. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We also ask for you to remember this is an open public meeting, so we ask you to be courteous in the way that you present yourself to us here for our public meeting. With that, I'm going to turn this over to our very accomplished and trusted clerk, who's going to tell you how you can join us here if you are not in person, how you can join us here for the call to the public. So with that, Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to do a comment, we have comment cards by the door. I don't see anyone here from the public. So if you're watching virtually, you can also email board comments at coconino.az.gov. I'm not showing any comments in our box as of right now, but we can give it a minute to check.
Very good. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard. So please join us.
And at this time, Chair Horseman, we do not have any comment cards and there are nothing in our inbox for comments.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to move forward on our agenda, and we have a couple of items. First items that we have a couple of executive sessions and some action items that follow those executive sessions. I'm going to read the two executive session items, and I'm going to take the board's prerogative to for us to take a motion together on these two executive session items so that we could go into executive session on these items, not have to do them individually. Then we can come back to open session and take action item on both those executive session items, which are also listed under 2 and 4. First executive session item on the agenda is discussion and consultation with attorney to obtain legal advice and to provide possible instruction to attorney regarding current litigation pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and 4 regarding DSS Unitur LLC, Coconino County, number TX2025-000177, an active tax valuation appeal. The second item that is listed in executive session is item number 3, executive session for the purpose of addressing legal counsel and receiving advice regarding a grant agreement with the Federal Highway Administration for funding public safety improvements in the Highway 89 corridor, again pursuant to 38-431.03A3 and 4, to allow us to go into executive session. Before I take a motion, I'm going to turn to legal counsel and see if they will advise whether it is appropriate for us to go into executive session for these items. Thank you, and thanks for that clarification. And any other questions, members of the board? And if not, I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session for both items 1 and 3.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel on items number 1 and 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
options tomorrow morning.
It is unanimous. So we are now ready to go into executive session. We will adjourn upstairs. Members of the public and members who are here, we will be back here in probably 30 minutes.
Lindsay, I cannot hear them.
We haven't started yet. I'm having
Oh, okay.
a sidebar conversation here with Erica.
All right, thank you.
All right, now we're back. And we are out of executive session. Members of the board, we have received advice from legal counsel on items number 1 and item number 3. We do have individual action items for both. Action item number 2 is consideration and possible action to approve the settlement regarding DSS Uniter LLC, the Coconino County TX 2025-000177, an active tax valuation appeal. Members of the board, do I have a motion to authorize legal counsel to enter into the settlement agreement?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, we have given authority for legal counsel to enter into a settlement. Moving forward to action item number 4. Consideration and possible action to approve the agreement for promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation, in other words, a PROTECT grant, from the U.S. Department of Transportation in the amount of $19,488, $210 for flood mitigation impacting U.S. Highway 89 and communities in the Schultz Pipeline flood area. Members of the board, at this time, are there any comments that you would like to make before I entertain a motion on this action item? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. This grant has been a long time coming. We were awarded it 15 months ago, and it's $19 million, both fed and state monies that came through. And we did have a delay because of language, but having gone through legal counsel, even though I'm a little uncomfortable with the language, I understand that that's what's needed for our community. And so I'm happy that we're going to get this funding to be able to finish this grant as we proposed over 2 years ago. Thank you.
Any other comments before I entertain a motion? Yes, County Manager.
Madam Chair, for clarification, with all due respect, I believe you had indicated 19,000. It's actually 19 million. And so
Do that. That million really throws me.
it,
So yes, it is 19,488,210.
thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
thank
With a
you.
new haircut, by the way.
Oh, yes. Finally, pay attention to myself. Thank you. I want to thank all those that have been involved in this grant, writing the grant, organizing. It's been a multi-agency approach, and this grant is very important to Northern Arizona or Coconino County. It's for Highway 89, passing just right about Timberline. And when the reason why this is so important is because with the fires that had taken place, it's flooded right over the highway. It has shut down several times, and when it does shut down, people have to travel around Hopi and come back through at Highway 264, or else all travel around Grand Canyon South Rim to Cameron to be able to get home from work, from shopping, from school route. Also, Flagstaff Public School does have a bus that drives that goes on a daily basis, and also workers and then just travelers. So this grant is going to be able to repair the road or the highway to be able to make it more passable and to withstand these floods that may come through in the future. So I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the board. We advocated for this grant in Congress when we traveled there, and all of our congressional delegations for supporting us on this as well. So thank you to all those that have been involved. Lucinda's been great champion of this project. So I just want to thank you, Lucinda, and all those others that have been involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll make just a real quick comment just to underscore the comments made by my colleagues. You know, this grant is one of the only, I understand from Lucinda, the only Protect grant awarded in Arizona was awarded to us here in Coconino County for $19 million. The need for it is clearly underscored by the comments that have been made by my colleagues and certainly the people who live on the east side and along 89 and use that as a vital transportation route for coming to work, for going and getting medicine, getting all of their business done here, not to mention the transportation route to Utah and other states as well. So it's been a lot of hard work and a lot of success that we got this grant. And you're exactly right. A huge thank you goes to Lucinda and the Flood Control District and also to my colleagues who went back to Washington. And I think this is a result of the success, the proven success that this county showed in the extensive mitigation work that was done there on the east side of town. And I think they were impressed or we wouldn't have gotten this grant. So I'm very excited that it's coming before us and that we have an opportunity to accept it for the health, safety, and welfare of our communities. So I really love it. So thank you. Any other comments, members of the board? Seeing none, I would at this time entertain a motion to approve the agreement for the Protect grant as more fully set forth in our agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And again, thank you all that worked so hard for this grant. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our community really appreciates it. All right, we are moving on. We at this time have I think,
Item 5, Madam Chair.
we are going to, I believe that we are going I'm going to the consent agenda now or?
Item
Oh, no, I forgot. We changed this. We are going to 5, discussion and update regarding state. We put roundtable first. You might have noticed this. Discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters. County manager, take it away.
Thank you. Chair, members of the board, tonight we turn to Keith Breckus to give us a brief update on state and federal legislative matters. Keith.
And board members, I will I'll be brief today, but just a couple things. We did submit some reworded language on our CSA resolutions. We sent them to CSA to look at. So that's the short-term rental, the insurance, and the DFFM one. And I think I've sent those out for you to look at those changes and stuff. So we'll have those prepared for the October summit. The other thing I'll mention is that CSA will be up here next week at next week's board meeting to present. So Craig Sullivan will be here to talk about CSA going into next year, what their agenda is. They've been doing their tour of all the counties. So they've been to a bunch of the other rural counties already, and they'll hit us next week on Tuesday. The only other update I'll have is sort of a federal or state combined partners update. We did find out, this is pretty good news, but the economic injury disaster loans, the EIDL loans, the governor did sign off on what she needed to do, in the Small Business Administration up in Washington approved those. So the impacted businesses and nonprofits, not only in Coconino County, but also if anybody was impacted in the adjacent counties, will be eligible to apply for those low interest loans for economic recovery in the aftermath of the Dragon Bravo and White Sage fires. So a good example of some of the advocacy our board's done and the good state and federal partnerships. Also want to recognize Governor Hobbs and also the Trump administration's Small Business Administration for their part in bringing that about. So happy to have that partnership with both federal and state to get things done and try to get some relief to our businesses and nonprofits. Other than that, I don't have anything else unless people have questions or comments.
Any comments or questions? I don't see any.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I would like to thank the board and thank our county staff team for working on the Small Business Administration's Emergency Economic Injury Loan Program. It is a huge success, and it was a long shot because our emergency manager and had to submit the application to the state emergency management, and then from there to governor's office, and the governor had to sign a letter to the Small Business Administration in order for the Small Business Administration to approve our request. In the meantime, we had to meet with the businesses in our communities to see where the impact from the fire, to understand what the impact was. We had to document all of that, and it's part of some of those reports were included in the actual request that our emergency manager, Tim Carter, had submitted. So it was a very much a collective effort. I want to thank everyone and on behalf of our county. And this program was evolved from really, we're not applying for the fire on the federal lands. It's the impact from the fire. That's what it's for. And it will cover all of Coconino County, Kane County in Utah, San Juan County in Utah, Gila County, Yavapai County, Navajo County, and Mojave County. All of those counties and businesses in those counties will benefit from this. And I just want to thank everyone, and thank you for the board and Keith and all the other staff that have been involved in this. So thank you.
I should mention, if I start mentioning names, I'll forget somebody, but I do want to recognize, I know Tim Carter, the emergency manager, did a lot of work on the applications and stuff, and also John Saltonstall traveled with Lena to the impacted businesses and stuff, so I did want to make sure I didn't forget to recognize those individuals. You're done? Oh my. That was quick.
I'm impressed. Yeah. All right, discussion, review, and possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar.
Thank you,
We
Chair
pro-
Horseman.
Let's not take it back to December. Let's.
Members of the board, if you didn't get the opportunity to hear Eric Peterson read the resolution last week, we wanted to give you another opportunity to go over the planning calendar. So Eric brought his radio voice with him this evening.
Madam Chair and members, thank you. Eric Peterson, Deputy County Manager. Would you, I will go at a little slower speed than I read the resolution at, but please stop me if you have anything on the planning calendar that you want to review, or if you need to add along the way from your calendar. So looking forward from this meeting into this coming Thursday, we have the High Country Training Academy graduation for CCC, posted for quorum, along with then on Friday, this event goes for most of the day. It's Arizona Forward's Northern Arizona's Path to a Sustainable Workforce event posted. On Saturday, we have the National Parks Action Trail event. I know the chairwoman is at that at Heritage Square. Also on Saturday at 4 o'clock, the East Valley Baptist Church has the thank you event for the flood project. And then on next Tuesday morning, board will begin late on Tuesday at 11 o'clock. That is to accommodate 8:30 to 10 a.m. United Way campaign kickoff event. That quorum is posted for quorum. And I think we have a table for those of you, and your directors have been asked to confirm your seating. The county is participating in the campaign. County Manager Bertelson, correct, is a goal setter. So we will be announcing our goal there for the employee campaign internally at that event.
We're going to announce it early, huh?
I'm going to let the county manager.
I will announce it. It's a bit of a stretch goal. Our goal as goal setters for the United Way campaign is to raise $30,000. We've gotten close but we have not reached or exceeded. So this year we will.
I have to make up the difference. So I'm the last check-in. So, but anyways, let's go on to the meeting. We have our meeting on August 26th on the agenda. We do have environmental health code, the time certain in the afternoon. Again, we're starting at 11. I want to point out we have a proclamation for Patriots Day, 9/11 over for the Williams area on the agenda. And then we have CSA here following the environmental health code. The presentation on conservation easements has been pulled, but there is a potential executive session that will be in that location. So we will be using that time. And then we have our work session in the afternoon with the Planning and Zoning Commission on the comprehensive plan. John Ruggles will also be presented a certificate for recognition of his service. And then roundtable if needed. Just going forward and then into September, August 29th through the 1st, we have the Coconino County Fair. I know you're all signed up for your shifts and have your speaking arrangements all set up. If you need any help, let us know. September 4th, we have the Family Food Center Hunger Summit. That is posted on that day. Also on the 4th, the CCC State of the College Luncheon is being held from 12 to 1. On the 6th in the morning, we will climb to Conquer Cancer event. That is posted for quorum. Also on the 6th is Williams Patriots Day Parade at 11 a.m. And then the NACO Pilt Fly-In is September 9th through the 11th. I don't believe any board members are attending, but Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mangle Paget is attending the fly-in. Madam Chair, I think for the purposes of today, we'll go through a couple more board meetings on this, and then we'll call it good. Does that work for you? A couple more? Okay. September 9th meeting, we do expect to start at 10 o'clock. We'll have consent and action. It's Hispanic Heritage Month in September. We'll have that proclamation up. Roundtable, obviously. Our quarterly capital construction project update will come in. So this is the capital team that gets together and puts that forward for you. And then Lucinda will be presented with an update on the wildfire insurance crisis. And the county manager's evaluation will begin in executive session on the 9th. On the 18th, we have the Justice Bus in Williams, posted for quorum for those that are attending. Also that morning is the CSA Medium County Caucus and the CSA Board of Directors. This is the only Board of Directors meeting before the summit in Yuma. So this is our opportunity with you to we'll preview the summit in Yuma with CSA. That'll be at CSA's offices in Phoenix. And our last meeting we'll go through September 23rd. That is our Tuesday night meeting. We'll have consent and action at 6 o'clock on that meeting. It's also a proclamation of Public Lands Days, Public Lands Day. We have two events on the calendar that night. A hearing for a code enforcement appeal. We have talked to the board about that, the process behind that. Also, then there's a subdivision near Mormon Lake that we anticipate being in front of the board that evening. And then we'll have a roundtable. I will advise Chair Horstman is on at WIR, as you notice from the next Mono County, so she will be virtual. I believe Vice Chair Vasquez is turning the chair to him for that meeting.
Absolutely.
I'm Chair, if you're good, we'll leave it there. Do you want to go any further, or is this good?
That's all right. Thank you. Boy, it's always busy here in Coconino County. So really appreciate that. There is, I think that's good. Anybody, did they miss anything? Anybody wants to? Otherwise, thank you very much. We are moving forward then, and it is the discussion and update from the county manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is item number 7. I believe most items were predominantly covered in items number 5 and 6 with the planning calendar discussion. So I recommend we turn to you to item number 8 for roundtable.
All right, members of the board, we have passed ourselves over quite a few times here on our roundtable. And so I think we have an opportunity. I think we should do it and give a overview, because there's no way we can go back and give an in-depth version of what we've been doing here for the month of July and into August. But let's get some highlights and some items we would like to share. So with that, I'm going to start with District Number 2, Geronimo Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Well, July is supposed to be our month off, but it was very active. A lot of traveling, a lot of meetings. The big ones I would say would be NACO, going and attending in Philadelphia. And part of NACO, I'm part of NACO, which is the National Association of Hispanic County Officials. We presented 9 resolutions around immigration issues, and 8 of those resolutions were passed at the NACO conference. What was interesting with the one resolution that didn't pass was protection for elected officials for trying to protect their residents around immigration issues. So that was kind of interesting, because you would think politicians would want to create resolutions to protect themselves, trying to work for their constituents. But the conference was very interesting. There was a conversation on the floor about workers, for farm workers, to get them work permits and what language to use, and that was a first for NACO, and so that was very interesting to be a part of and to witness. And then coming out of there, I was appointed as vice chair to the Immigration Advisory Council on Immigration and Intergovernmental Affairs, and so I will continue to do some of that work. The next week, really like a week and a half later, I went to Atlanta for NALEO, which is the National Association Latino Elected Officials, and that was interesting because, one, just learning about the political climate, but two, listening to stories from elected officials from some communities where immigration raids are real happening on the ground. And so hearing those stories directly from officials who are dealing with it was very moving and enlightening, and so having those conversations was important to have with other leaders and seeing how we move forward. On the more local level, spent a lot of time doing a lot of different events. We had the Tardeada the 2 Saturdays ago by Nuestros Raíces, and that was a huge hit. They had over 450 people attend, and then they had the Sunday Mass with mariachi, which was really cool to participate in and see. I've been working a lot with the Guadalupanas and the Arleo Guadalupe Centennial Organization. The event is scheduled for May 16th, 2026, and it's meant to tie with the Route 66 Centennial celebration. So that's really exciting. So working there. The other one that was a big one that thank you for all my colleagues that attended was the Downtown Connection Center grand opening. One of my responsibilities for the board is to sit on the Mountain Line Executive Board, and I'm currently chair. And so to be able to have that event in District 2 in a new building that won a sustainability award was very nice. And so I thought they did a good job with that. Let's see, we're talking about just quick. I did attend the North Country Town Hall, which was very interesting, where Ann Newland talked about changes in federal requirements and cuts and how that's going to impact our local communities in regards to healthcare. And so there's some information out there that will be available as we move forward that I think are really important for us to have those conversations, because as these cuts happen and these changes happen to who's eligible for Medicaid or Medicare, that's going to have a real impact in our local populace and our residents. And so we want to make sure that we're on top of that. And so with that, I think those are the highlights that I want to cover today. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. And District 3, Supervisor Tammy Entreveros.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to have to concur with Vice Chair Vasquez's comments that July was supposed to be a break. I don't know that I've ever been busier than I was in the month of July. My July, it was spent much more local. Participated in 3 parades in the communities that are in District 3, specifically Munns Park, Parks, and Williams. I also attended various pancake breakfasts. I think I hit about every one of my communities. That was in Mountain Air, POA meetings in Munns Park and also in Sherwood Forest. And what that gave me was a really good opportunity to just engage on a very informal kind of time with the residents that live there. And I will say that one of the District 3, of course, is one of the districts that has so many rural communities just right in the heart of the largest contiguous pine forest in the world. And wildfire is at top of mind. And so I'm going to use that as a segue to say that it was about, not even 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go on a tour of Bill Williams Mountain with Congressman Eli Crane and Congressman Andy Biggs, with also members from our Kaibab National Forest. And then we also had Jay Smith, our Forest Restoration Director. So that gave us a really good opportunity to actually show the work that is being done and why we are requesting funds when we are in Washington for forest management. And I am very happy to report that after these meetings, I ended up being we did this on a Thursday. The following Saturday, I was also at a meeting with Congressman Crane and Congressman Biggs. And even last week at another meeting with Congressman Biggs. And I say all that to say that the message that our Forest Restoration Director has been speaking, and I'm going to recognize Jay Smith publicly here, was actually heard, and that was said to me. And so one of the points that really was finally, I think, understood, although we have been saying it, was that our forest management is not just about wildfire prevention, it's also about our watersheds. And so I am very thankful that that message was able to carry across. We've been saying it, but it was finally heard. I also, Chair Horseman and myself also had the opportunity to meet with Senator Mark Kelly at the Grand Canyon to discuss the issues related to tourism as a result of the Dragon Bravo fire, and it not only affecting the North Rim, but also the communities in the South Rim that are so heavily dependent upon Grand Canyon tourism. And so I just appreciate really the opportunity that we have had to spread this message, not only to locally, but to our federal partners as well, so they can understand what we're dealing with here. I could probably go on, but I'm just going to say that that's really the high points that I feel need highlighting, and I'm going to go ahead and end it there.
District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. As always, there's a lot of meetings that we attend within our communities. I have 7 chapters in Monkopi that I work with, and they have a lot of meetings. They want us to be there, with various things that they're doing out there too. So I just want to say that with Monkopi, we really helped them with their emergency management plan, which was completed, I believe, 2 weeks ago. We got the people together and we were sitting with them, and we finally got one area covered, to have the first emergency management plan in place. So certainly, the Navajo Nation has their own management plan, but locally, I think they're wanting some type of assistance too. So we're going to probably go ahead and start working with them again. And then also been working with Parks and Recreation, Cynthia and her crew, to start planning and develop trails for the wellness in certain communities. And because the Navajo Nation has sales, what is it called, junk food tax, and those taxes that are collected are then given to the chapters, and they have to use that, for activities like maybe just sports activities, walking trails, things like that. So we have some of those on board. Going to Komine Mesa is one of them that is really adamant about using their sales tax, and certainly all the other areas have that. That could be used for like basketball courts and other things. So we're trying to help those communities out there, to start with their programs. And then we did meet with Brett Axland, thank you so much for the meeting. And also Andy and other, and of course, our hero board chair. Um, but anyway, I just want to say that, um, we met regarding the Native American spiritual leader, possibility of a staff going into the areas to do sweat lodges and other programs that is being run by the sheriff's office. And I think, what we talked about was that if we had one person in there, to run the whole show and to solicit people that can do ceremonies for people that are incarcerated that need it. And then also there are other offers, things are offered, like the baptism, drug and alcohol treatment, sewing rooms, and GED, and talking circles, 12-step programs, Bible studies, religious part, libraries, worship service, and parenting skills and all others. So there's a huge area, that we're looking at. And lo and behold, we do have a job description out there right now. We're talking about and finalize that we will have someone there full time to help within the sheriff's department to do or to run the show. So the sweat lodge is something that, and I went in depth about how we as Native Americans, especially Navajos, how we go about various ceremonies, and one ceremony would have to be followed by other ceremonies. So I think it was very educational for them. Yes, when we spoke about it as to how Navajos are, but Navajos are not the only ones that are incarcerated. So we're trying to make sure that all bases are covered. But we can. I just want to thank again Brett, Andy, and others that have been helping us to get that position, so that we can get that someone hired in there, to actually take the realm and just, start planning and organizing and scheduling. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to be happening in there. So I'm very proud that, we that came to fruition. Um, our communities out there, and of course, in certain areas, like on towards Loop, the internet services are still not, and broadband services are still really needed. And so we're just trying to help them, to make connections with them and things like that, so they can get better services. You have to go on in certain areas, just to get service. And if you sit still, you'll go through the whole conversation. But if you move even just a little bit, you will lose your service. So the Hopi tribe has secured a grant to clean up illegal dumping in their area too. And that dumping place was closed in 1997. So there are radioactive materials within the site. And then also groundwater testing indicates the impact results from the water does run into that area. The other area that we're working with Monkopi is the uranium over just north of Tuba City. There are 4 pillars that is holding back the uranium coming down into Monkopi. So they said one of them went down, and so we're trying to get that started again, and we're going to continue to see what else can be done, because if one or 2 more pillars go down, then that water is going to go down to Monkopi and eventually into Tuba City. So that has been something that we've been working on, but it's just for the uranium cleanup, it's really hard, and so we're still gonna say our voice and things like that. So and then others I scrapped because other people had mentioned it. Of course, the mental health graduation today was really nice. They had the graduation first, and then they had the court right afterwards. So I'm really glad that Coconino County is really helping the people that are incarcerated, or have been on probation instead of just having them locked up. It's really something. And I brought um, one of the ladies from Mother Buffalo, Catherine. And she was really, she said, I want to come over here and start because I need to know this because she's working with that group too. And we're helping her to, see how we can get nonprofit status too. So she was just talking to me about that today. They found someone that's going to be giving them helping them with the nonprofit status so they can go after grant funding to see if they can get housing for certain people that are in the area that are trying to get from point A to point B, to get jobs and stuff like that. So anyway, again, the we are scheduled to go out to go on 6720 loop area all the way to Inscription House and towards Navajo Mountain with Chris, and we're going to re-identify um, the areas that need to be graded again. BIA, we do have a contract with the Navajo Nation. The IGA was passed. We did have, so for that reason, they give us so many miles to grade, and we're going to be doing that area, just driving through there to see if there are any changes to the current schedules that we have out there. And then, and so that's another one. I think something that really needs to get done. Um, okay, let's see. Okay. So anyway, there were other meetings that we went to, like Fort Tuthill today. We did the ribbon cutting, and there's other areas that we've all shown up, one way or the other. So I just want to say thank you for the round table chair. And I just want to say that, there's July went by so fast. August is going by really fast. Next week is going to be the end of the month again. And it's like, we're just going. And we all started our day this morning at 8 o'clock. And, we're still running right now until about maybe 8 or 9 tonight. So I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for being here and really, going out of their way to help others in their communities. And of course, Donny Park, I did meet with the Donny Park residents still have some questions regarding the casino that's going to possibly be built at Horseman Lodge. And I had my meeting just the other day with Mary West, and basically she just said that we're ready to give a presentation probably within the next month. And I said, you said that back in February. So I'm constantly asking her, where is the plan? Where's the plan? Because I'm getting people asking me, and I need to give them some answers. So anyway, that's what's going on. And I did meet with some of their people just about a week and a half ago. So that plan is still going. Sounds like it's still going to be a casino, 300 machines there. There's going to be a big old steakhouse, and then there's going to be a big parking area and a big car. I just told them, make sure you guys have big conference rooms because a lot of people don't have places to have conference rooms to meet at. So that's what they're incorporating in their plans right now. So, but all in all, like I always said, I enjoy my job and talking for the people, and then just, really trying to get them involved. There's a lot of issues regarding roads, and there's a lot of issues regarding homelessness. Our veterans are still needing, homes, and there's a lot that's happening, and and it just seems like speaking for the people, sometimes you can't sleep, and then sometimes you accomplish something and you're so proud of yourself. But I just want to say thank you for allowing me to give a report for the month of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
I took a vacation throughout the whole month. I feel for you all working all the time. Just kidding.
We know you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we were we were on our way to NACO when the fire broke out. And the, and that's where I started getting phone calls, text messages, and since then, it's just the fire, Bravo fire, the Dragon Bravo fire, which is on the north rim, and then there's the White Sage, which is on the north side. There are two fires on Kaibab National Forest and BLM, and the Grand Canyon National Park. And so there's all the federal agencies were working together. And there was early on, and even today, yesterday, there was a public meeting by the incident command from the fire team that did a meeting in Fredonia. Even there was a question whether Grand Canyon National Park was just suppressing or managing the fire. It's just, and the superintendent, Ed Keeple, just basically just said, well, this was from the very beginning a suppressed fire. It was a suppression, trying to put it out. Both are lightning fires. And through that time, there were several times there's other fires that started because it was the wind that drove that fire. So it was, and it took out it burned down the historic Grand Canyon North Rim Lodge, which was, it was just beautiful. I was there on June 2nd because we had just met at Jacob Lake to plan out our region, how we're going to be moving forward in keeping or extending the season at the North Rim. And we had received good news that within 5 years, we will be moving in that direction because of just the work that they've been doing on the infrastructure. And from that, after that meeting, I drove to the North Rim, and it was really nice to be there and took photos. But that has just taken over all of July. Met with the businesses and Page and Tuba City out in the Vermilion Cliffs, the Badaway Jadahapateen organization, Marble Canyon, there's Vermilion Cliffs, Jacob Lake and Kaibab Lodge and Fredonia, and just really trying to find out where where all the businesses are. And we were at NACO, at the National Intergovernmental Disaster meeting, when we learned about the Small Business Administration to take that approach rather than trying to, well, we knew we weren't eligible for the FEMA route. So that's how we started working on this Small Business Administration Economic Injury Disaster Loan. So that's where we're at. And I mean, it's just been meetings just across the board with the city council, town council, meeting with the mayors, with the ranchers, and then it was really good to meet with Senator Kelly as well at the North Rim. Well, he had planned to fly in, but it was so windy, he wasn't able to. So we met with him by Zoom as well, and really wanted to just recognize him for advocating on behalf and listening to the concerns from the businesses. So I'm really pleased with that, and we're working closely with him. And then, the support from the Navajo Nation on this fire has been just amazing, with the Navajo Nation Emergency Manager, Sharon Sandoval, Navajo Nation Economic Development came out as well, and I've been working closely with them. Navajo Nation President's Office, the Chief of Staff, Chris Beatrice, just called to see where we're at and how we're doing. Kane County, Celeste, Commissioner from there, Myers, she's been we've been in contact and really working together to make sure that we're coordinating our activities, and Economic Development Director from there, Kelly Stoll. And so I want to thank John Sultanstall. We had fun with his name at one of the meetings. But anyway, his last name, he just came out and just really we met with businesses across the board and on the road with us. And it was just really good to have an economic development director that can dedicate his time and really starting to advocate, always advocating on behalf of our county. So it's been just many hours of driving and meetings just because of the impact from the fire. That's been our story right now. It's just totally took it over. But now we're going this, I call this phase 1. And phase 2 is going to be a recovery plan, and we're really moving in that direction already. So just want to thank the staff for really working with us. Tim Carter stepped in and knew exactly, being able to submit that application, and Keith being at the meeting with me and getting the word out. So it's just really been amazing to work with our own staff on these issues and our county manager and team. We did have, I want to recognize Coconino County Superior Court Judge Reed as well, and he's been holding justice bus with the CJCC, Diana and team. There's a whole slew. Even our court clerk has been out there in Page and in Tuba City, and they're scheduled throughout the county, really taking court out to the community and being able to quash warrants and meeting people where they are comfortable. And I just really am so, I don't know of any other place that this happens in the country, but our own Coconino County court system is just working and going out of their way to meet the people that are in need. They find themselves in a situation, they don't know how to get out of it, and they're able to help them. And one area where that they're really helping is people being able to change their names because of the delayed birth certificate. As you all know, we worked on that and changed the state law so that Native Americans can make it easier to be able to get their birth certificate. And here the courts has stepped in, and the court clerk and the judges have come in to be able to help make it easier for people to change their names so they can obtain their birth certificate. Then they can actually apply for their retirement benefits. They can apply for benefits they may be eligible for. So, and then get a driver's license, be able to travel. It's not having a birth certificate is a real challenge. Then I want to thank the board. We've been one of the federal agenda items that we have had for many years was being able to address the old boarding school buildings that were built in the 1900s that has become really not where it not usable and been have mishap. Just not a good place for young people to hang out in these boarding school buildings and in Tuba City along the Main Street. Those are now being taken down. Many of them are being demolished. And I want to thank Tom O'Halloran, our former representative, congressional representative. He really helped us with that. He went out there. So our advocacy is really important, and our position on these national committees are really important. We learned there, and we know how to address some of these issues. So I just want to thank the board for that as well. And then the facility manager was able to help the library again. One was with the water issue, and then another one was with the sewage, I think, motor. I'm not sure what it was. Tom can tell you, but the library was closed for a day in Tuba City because the facility manager had to come in and team had to come in and repair that. So really, that's all I have, and continue to attend the Timberline meetings. I want to thank the sheriff. I want to thank the sheriff early on. This is how early on when the fire started, it was so confusing. And the ADOT put up these signs saying that the highway was closed, and the businesses basically rely on these highways. So the 89A is closed, but it is really open, it's closed past Cliff Dwellers. We could not get ADOT to change that sign. But I want to thank the sheriff for going out of his way to be able to address this. The other one is I want to thank our county health department director and our county managers, because we had, right before the fire started, we had our ambulance issue that popped up in Fredonia, and we're still working on that. And we have to work with the Arizona Department of Health, and Michelle just went out of her way in trying to resolve that issue, and just really working with Kane County again, the Kane County Hospital. So for a while there, it seemed like there was no ambulance or emergency services in the area, but she was able to work it out with the state where there was coverage. So we're still working on that issue, and it's just that state, Utah State, and then being able to respond into Arizona, plus getting a license and all of that. But we're still working on that. Just want to recognize our own health department. We have such professional staff that just step in whenever there's a surprise like this that pops up, and we have to address it, and we have to work with the local community, the local council, and the communities there, and all the other agencies to resolve these issues. So I just want to thank our department across the board for always stepping up when it's needed, and being able to address some of these when you encounter these, just like Tim Carter did with our emergency management. And John, thank you, John, and just being able to figure it out and address whatever that comes through. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, we can do a lot more, but those are the things that are still cooking on our plates. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and for all you're doing out there for the North Rim, quite frankly, and to get the word out that South Rim's open and our gateway communities are open. So come on out and enjoy them. So thank you for all you're
Exactly.
doing there.
Page is open, and all of northern Arizona is open. A lot of the federal Forest Service, KIBAP, is starting to reopen. We're going to be able to we're having a meeting where we're going to really identify where those are and be able to get those out. And hunting season's coming about, and so hunting season, there's certain areas that is going to be allowed as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll try to do my best to be brief, but like everybody else, it has been a very difficult July and August. Starting with the most recent, that my colleagues and I were out at Fort Tuthill, and a big thank you to the Friends of the Coconino County Parks, and also to I want to make sure, One Arizona Credit Union for their funding of the Legacy Grant, which resulted in a really nice ramada there at the beginning of the bike trail. And there'll be 4 smaller ramadas out there at Fort Tuthill. And this is in Supervisor Entreveris's district, but she's got one of the gems of Coconino County, and I hope you'll be able to go out there and take a look at that. It was really, really wonderful and great to be there for that ribbon cutting. Also, just before I got here, I was asked to do a welcome on behalf of Coconino County for the Arizona fundraising professionals. These are people from all over Arizona with their nonprofits that work so hard to build community and to provide essential services to communities all across Coconino County. So, or all across Arizona, I should say, including Coconino County. So it was really wonderful to take part in that and to welcome them here to Northern Arizona and take part in some of their training. And just an FYI, Supervisor Fowler and I both, we moderate the Pinyon Mine. As you know, the Pinyon Mine, the hauling is continuing there from Pinyon Mine, which does incorporate a large percentage of Coconino County and also the Navajo Nation. And so we do we moderate every other month a group made up of the various indigenous lands that are in fact covered by this hauling. Also, the regulatory agencies, both the state and federal, and the municipalities, keep everybody on the same page to allow communication for all of us to know what's going on during this process. And we had a meeting here this week, and I really want to thank our government affairs folks, both Keith and Sean, for keeping up on that and keeping this group together and keeping us all informed. Also, I do sit on the CJCC board also with Supervisor Fowler. She did a very good job of talking about that justice bus. I don't know anybody else who does this. This is basically many of our service providers and the county Superior Court, presiding judge, and others that go out to these small communities and basically bring, if you will, justice, bring legal services to these small communities, providing things as simple as a name change or a marriage license or a passport, voter registration, also access assistance and signing up, and then warrant resolution. And again, it really is amazing that it brings justice, it brings legal access out to these very small and very isolated communities. So keep informed on the county website so you will know where they're going to be next. And it's a great opportunity for those living in some of our more isolated and rural areas to get some assistance. Also, with Supervisor Vasquez, got to celebrate Tinkertopia's 7th birthday. It was also Dr. Alice's 80th birthday, and boy, she's still going strong, providing STEM and STEAM services to so many of our youth here in Coconino County. And was very happy to be able to celebrate with her. And then, as has been indicated by Supervisor Fowler, the whole Dragon Bravo fire and the White Sage fire have certainly taken up a lot of my colleagues' time, a lot of the county's time. The Dragon Bravo fire has been, as I understand, the largest fire in Arizona at the time, and one of the largest fires in the history of Arizona. And I really appreciated working with our Senator Kelly and his staff on doing what they can to advocate for the rebuilding of the North Rim and the lodge, Grand Canyon Lodge, and for him meeting with so many of our business people that have been affected by this fire, both on the North Rim and the South Rim. I mean, it's down. And we see it here in Coconino County. We see it here in Flagstaff. They're seeing it in Tucson. They're seeing it in Williams. And Supervisor Ontiveros and I got to meet personally with Senator Kelly to really talk about that, talk about it's affecting our businesses here in our gateway communities. And then I want to thank the governor's office and the Arizona Department of Tourism for also jumping on the bandwagon to get the word out and the message out that Northern Arizona is open. We're open for business. People are seeing on the news and they're seeing the flames there at Grand Canyon, and they're assuming all of Grand Canyon is closed. So something we also need to continue to advocate for. And I want to thank Melissa and our communication team for working to get the messages out as well. And also the mayor of Tucson, Clarenda Vale. She's been great on working with us on that. So moving on, I also was a part of North Country Healthcare's town hall, and where Ann Newland, the CEO, addressed some significant federal changes that are coming forward that could, in fact, drastically affect our local health care. And speaking of health care, I also attended the Northern Arizona healthcare meeting. They had a strategic plan meeting. It was open to the public. I was very pleased to be invited. Our county manager was also present. Many of our city council members were also there, where they talked about their future and what they saw was their future here in Coconino County, what their plans were. Now, members of the public, they did not announce where they thought they were going to put the new hospital. They did make it very clear that they felt we do need a new hospital, and they were committed to building a new hospital, and that they would be working with the community on why they feel the existing location up there on what we call Hospital Hill is just not going to be able to work. There are 4 other sites that they're looking at as possible sites for the hospital, and they indicated that they thought they would have a decision made on where the hospital would be located sometime by the end of this year. And did I miss anything? I think I covered that, Andy, but it was obviously a very important meeting and very important for the future of Flagstaff and the future of Coconino County is this hospital and our health care. Also, got to take part in the Coconino Center for the Art. They had if you will, a celebration of past and current board members. I am a past board member. I will unfortunately, regrettably saying I was the oldest of their past board members, going back to the early 90s and sitting on the board. They have some great exhibits going on right now on Route 66. As you know, the 100th anniversary of Route 66 is coming up, and they're really going to be doing a lot of art exhibits there to really celebrate our part of our history, part of our culture on Route 66. So I'd highly recommend all of you go on up and take a look. And they also are extremely thankful to Coconino County and the Board of Supervisors for the donation that we made for their new seating. They are still selling seats, so if you'd like to buy a seat, get your little name on the back, you can do so. And of course, the county did put in new, or will be putting in new carpeting. So helping to improve our health, our arts, and here in Northern Arizona. And, you know, it has been a very, very busy time. These are kind of the highlights. We did attend the National Association of County Officials. You have many on this board that sit as chairs and or steering committee members. We have, believe me, Coconino County does punch above their weight on these national committees and these national associations. And we are heard. And we are able to carry our concerns and the concerns here of our community here on a national level and are strong advocates on a national level. So I want to thank my colleagues for their advocacy on that on our behalf here, and know that that's going to continue. So that's pretty much, I can go on forever, but I don't think we have. So I think we're going to stop it now, and we're going to end it. If there's something that somebody missed on the board here that you absolutely are dying to talk about, now is the time. So any other comments any board members would like to make? We are moving forward. members of the board, it is 5:15. We're going to take a 6 o'clock break. We may break a little earlier. Our next item is the consent agenda. And I'd like us to go through as much as we can of the consent agenda. However, I am going to ask for some items to be removed, and we will take those removed items at 6 o'clock, because I think that's when they're expecting to be here. But I'm getting ahead of myself in this agenda. Members of the board, our next item is item number consent agenda, items 9 through 25. As you know, consent agenda items are mostly ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote. They are not open then for discussion, so if we would like to discuss or talk about them further, we need to remove them from the consent agenda. So at this time, I'm going to ask if there are items to be removed, and I am going to ask to remove item 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, and 25. Are there other items to remove from the consent agenda?
No, Chair, I was going to ask for 15 and 19 to be removed as well. So they're included.
Anybody else? I tried to get them all. Do we have them? All right, then, what I'm going to ask, however, before we have our motion, I'm going to again assert my authority as chair, unless Supervisor Begay takes that little gavel out and hits me with it. I'm going to ask that items 13, 14, 15, 16, and 19 be held until 6 o'clock. But other than that, we can move forward. So with that, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda other than the items that we have removed? I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is. There is, other than the items that we're going to hold off on until after 6 or at 6, there is item number 25, and I think we can go forward with item number 25. I see the sheriff is here with us. This is consideration and possible action to approve, number one, an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the Arizona Department of Public Safety, contract 2025-071, and 2, associated budget adjustment in the amount of $86,903 in fiscal year 2026 to participate in the State Gang and Immigration Intelligence Team Enforcement Mission. And I believe Supervisor Vasquez, this was one that you had actually originally wanted to remove. So can you please have you speak first on this?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I didn't mention and during my roundtable is that we've been having some issues around immigration, in particular an ICE hold that happened in our jail. And so because of that, I've had multiple conversations with the sheriff around this issue, and I felt it was appropriate to give the sheriff the opportunity to kind of explain and talk about this item. I do want to say thank you to the sheriff for working with me during these different issues related to this, and his staff for providing the opportunity to have these conversations and to understand better what are our processes and where we as Coconino County stand on these issues. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to our sheriff. Thank you.
That runs in conjunction with several of our local agencies. Item number 25 is a ask to re-engage in a intergovernmental agreement with the new task force that is currently being established up here in Coconino County and really all of northern Arizona. So in 1994, GET'em was originally established. GITM is an acronym for the Gang Intelligence Team Enforcement Mission. And it's a state task force that was conceived of by several of the Phoenix metro agencies. And their intent at that time was to deter gang activity, illegal gang activity, which was occurring in the Phoenix area. Fast forward to 2006, the Arizona legislature saw the value in this group, but they wanted to take a more aggressive stance in stopping gang, and then in addition to adding transnational related crimes, with that they created the new GITM, which added an I to the name, which I think is what we're here to really talk about tonight. It was renamed in 2006 the Gang and Immigration Intelligence Team Enforcement Mission. This came with additional funding, of course, with the added responsibility of deterring border-related crimes. This is important because the immigration word in their title focuses on border-related crimes, not deportation. This responsibility continues to remain that of the federal government. Locally, border-related crime in our communities comes in the form of train burglaries, human trafficking, fentanyl and other drug trafficking, and the violent crime associated with these activities. The Coconino Sheriff's Office joined the GITM task force originally in 2005 with 2 deputies and was an active member in the multi-agency collaboration. We greatly benefited from this partnership as we dealt with outlaw motorcycle gangs, as well as major events in our county. They were really, for us, a force multiplier that helped us to add additional law enforcement to our major events. Examples of events in our county were the 2 Broke for Sturgis motorcycle events, which we encountered several of those out of the Mormon Lake area. July 4th fireworks display at Lake Powell for several years. Several basketball tournaments in Tuba City and across the reservation, and county fairs in addition. Just the mere presence of the additional law enforcement was a valuable deterrent to criminal activity at those events. The group in Northern Arizona eventually disbanded due to a shift in enforcement priorities and funding challenges. Currently, a new GITM team is being established in Northern Arizona and will be comprised of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Flagstaff Police Department, Williams Police Department, and hopefully our agency as well. This collaboration provides targeted enforcement to illegal gang-related activities in addition to addressing our trending railway crimes, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. This force multiplier will allow us to provide more public safety at major events. The GITM task force is intended to partner with in an IGA with the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency to allow for assistance to our reservation partners, much like several of our other task forces we belong to. As criminal activity in Flagstaff area carries over between county and city jurisdictions, graffiti, vandalism, drug, and weapons-related crimes will be the priority for the team. Another focus of this team will be a coordinated effort towards anti-illegal gang activity in our schools. So we're going to be teaching our youth as well about gang activity. But to be clear again, the GITM task force will not be taking enforcement action based solely on our community members' immigration status. We look forward to this partnership having a significant impact in making our county safer, resulting in improved quality of life for the citizens and visitors that we're responsible for. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that for the history and the context. I thought it was really important that we had this conversation, that you shared this with the community because of the fact that the name has immigration enforcement in there. And so I felt that it was very important that you were able to share that context of where that came from so that folks understand that this isn't saying that we're going to go and do raids with ICE. This is saying that we are going to continue that relationship around illegal gangs and gang activity and transnational human smuggling for our communities without actually going into those activities. So thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions, members of the board? Sheriff, thank you for the clarification, and I'm assuming then if for some reason the sheriff's office is asked as part of this to engage in what's mostly ICE enforcement, we'll withdraw from this. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson, that is correct.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Begay.
In your presentation, you're talking about item number 2 in the subject section. It says, associated budget adjustment in the amount of $86,903 to this current fiscal year budget. How are you gonna, where the adjustment's gonna take place?
Yes, thank you, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Begay. That's an excellent question, one that I didn't address in the talk. What will happen is when we enter into this IGA, the state, Arizona DPS, will be funding 75% of one of our existing positions that we already have. So what we will do is take a vacant deputy position and fund that with 3/4 or 75% of funding from the state. It'll actually save us quite a bit of money, as well as up to 20 hours of overtime per month for that position. So thank you for the question.
Other questions, comments? I don't see Supervisor Fowler, so is Supervisor Fowler, do you have any questions, Supervisor Fowler?
No, I don't have any questions. Just want to thank you for just answering, just clarifying how this program does work. So thank you for all your work and with our communities. Thank you.
All right, with that, I would at this time entertain a motion to approve item number 25. Supervisor Vasquez.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are moving on. I have a question for legal. Now, we have withdrawn some items from our consent agenda. Can we go on to the other consent agendas, even though it will mean us resolving as Board of Directors for different agencies? Will that work and then allow me to go back? Okay. Yeah, I did. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're doing it right. So, thank you. It appears legal says, yes, we can do it. So we're going to go ahead and do it. So at this time, we need to resolve as the Public Health District. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of being the Public Health District signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is unanimous. We're now the Public Health District. We have one item under the Public Health District. It is a consent item. Does anybody want to withdraw it for discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the Public Health District consent agenda as set forth in the agenda.
Seeing no one looking to withdraw it, I would make a motion that we approve this item.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We're now the supervisors. But we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of being the Jail District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous. We're now the Jail District Board of Directors, and we have one consent agenda item. Do we want to remove this? And if not, members of the board, I would entertain a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda as more fully set forth in the agenda. But I have a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous. Now I'm going to ask us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. It is 5:30. We're going to break for dinner. We are going to be back here at 6 o'clock. I believe there's some dinner upstairs. So hopefully we can have dinner and then come on back here. We do have those items under the consent agenda. There'll be some people here with us at 6 for those items, and then we'll go right into the public hearings. So thank you. We'll be back here at 6 o'clock. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. As you may know, we are here Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. We are going forward on our special session. We started at 3 o'clock this afternoon, took a very quick break for dinner. And just because we did take the break and we have all kinds of people here with us, I think it's appropriate just to go ahead and do a very quick introduction of the board, and then we'll go ahead and we pulled some items from the consent agenda, and I know we have people here today to deal with those items. So just to let you know, I'm Patrice Horstman. I am the chair of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, and I am the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair of the board. Thank you.
District 3.
Good evening, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Yeah, and welcome Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor. Thank you.
And District number 5.
Good afternoon, District 5, Lena Fowler.
All
County
right. We're
you.
back, and we have a number of items that we pulled from the consent agenda so that we could have some discussion prior to a motion and an acceptance of these items. And the first item we pulled was number 13, consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Flagstaff Dark Sky Coalition to provide a total of $4,000 from community initiative funds, District 1, 2,500, District 2, 1,000, District 5, 500, to support the Flagstaff Star Party, a free event that educates on the importance of dark skies for the area and provides star talks and viewing through the telescope. And I believe with us here, and I believe Danielle Adams, and you may have brought some other people with you. And before we get going, and we're going to have you come up and address the board and our community. But before we do that, because I forget if I don't do this, I'm going to entertain a motion in a second. Let's get this done, then we'll have comments. So do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the funding agreement as I've set forth and read into the record, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. And so Danielle, and you might want to come on up and introduce, and Chris, you may want to come on up and introduce the folks you're with. And we would love to hear about the coming up anniversary of the Dark Sky proclamation and for Flagstaff. And I understand even Coconino County was before that with our lighting ordinance. So take it away, please.
The board, I believe.
Madam Chair, I can't hear.
Excuse me?
Yeah, there should be, the microphone should be on.
Is it this one is green?
It should be on.
I'll just.
So we'll just,
Closer.
all right, and it should be okay, but we'll make sure that in the back, turn it up.
March 1989, this board at this room approved the first, I would say, the cutting edge lighting code that we have been building on since then. It wasn't until November of that year that Flagstaff followed your suit. And this is the first code, I believe, that really, I don't know what analogy to pull out. I don't want to say bid in, or really started to have an effect on the way Flagstaff and Coconino County area were using lighting at night in a way that was effective to protect dark skies. And since then, we've really benefited from that now. 36 years of integrating, improving, slowly lighting over the years.
Absolutely, and we're very proud to be part of that, actually. So, and I know you've got some upcoming events associated with the anniversary. So why don't you give us an update on what's happening?
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for helping to fund the Flagstaff Star Party for this fall. Next year is Flagstaff's 25th anniversary as the world's first international dark sky city. We're expecting increasing media attention as we get to that point. And so from now through fall in 2026, we'll be having the Star Party and celebration of the night this year in the fall, and then next spring, International Dark Sky Week, followed by Night Visions at CCA in the summer, and then again the Star Party next fall, all building up to the October 2026 celebration of the 25 years.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you being with us here today. And I know, and I'm sure my colleagues are going to want to make some comments as well. I was just at Lowell Observatory for another matter, and I just am so thankful that we as a community have made a commitment to maintain our dark skies, not only for Lowell, but for the enjoyment of everyone who lives here. And, I know this is something that Jeff Hall has mentioned many times, and I've taken this very much to heart, and that is every night when we have a clear sky, we get to see the Milky Way. But that is something that 80% of Americans do not get to see at night. And it is because of the commitment we have made to preserve and protect our dark skies and the value of our dark skies here in Flagstaff. So, and Coconino County. And thank you for all you do and bringing it to our attention and educating our community. And those star parties are really fun. So I'm really looking forward to participating. So other members of the board? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say thank you so much. The Star Party itself is September 25 to 27. And thank you for helping us keep it a totally free event for our residents.
Family friendly fun, right? All right, thank you. Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure. Just want to say thank you for putting on this event for our community and for your diligence in working to reduce the light pollution in our community. Our dark skies have become an economic driver for our local economy, and so we really appreciate all the efforts that your organization does, and as well as all those folks that have pushed for dark sky ordinances in the city and in the county as we grow and move forward. And that's really exciting for the anniversary coming up. And I've attended one of these star parties at Buffalo Park, and it's really cool. And so the fact that you're able to provide it for free to the community is really exciting, and look forward to attending this event. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for being here tonight, and all the hard work that you guys do, and making sure that the the lightings are all around, and that all these activities are happening is something very critical and crucial. In promoting all the services by promoting scientific, educational, and also economic opportunities in the field of astronomy. So I just want to say thank you so much for being there and being here this evening with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. This is very important. As you all know, we have our Star Party right over the Navajo Bridge in Marble Canyon, which we'll have again this year. We have it later in the year because we incorporate Navajo teachings and stories into our Star Party there. And you'll be enjoying the night sky, standing on Navajo Bridge right over the Colorado River. So, and want to thank this organization for always, guiding and educating about providing education for the night sky and preserving it is so important. Our ceremonies and our prayers are connected to it, so it's really important that we all are really care about our environment, which includes the dark skies. Thank you. And I've been actually enjoying the dark skies because I've been traveling to the North Rim quite a bit and taking the photos at night. So it's been really, you can really see the dark skies and all the constellations there. Thank you.
You got to see that planetary alignment then, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and send it out to you all.
Thank you. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, just tagging on to other comments that my supervisors have made, I want to thank you for giving that history. So thank you for that, and thank you for the work that you guys do.
All right. Have a great evening. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here. All right, we're going on the next one that was removed from the consent agenda for further discussion. Consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with United Way of Northern Arizona Kinder Camp to provide a total of $25,000 from community initiative funds. District 1, 10,000, District 2, 10,000, and District 3, 5,000 for continued academic success beyond kindergarten through early educational initiatives. And I know we have the CEO of United Way here with us, Liz Archuleta. Come on up, but before we have you speak, we're going to go ahead and take the motion so I don't forget. May I get a motion to approve the funding agreement? We have a motion. Do I have a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second to approve the funding agreement as set forth. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we have Liz Archuleta. Many of you know Liz. She's formerly a very long time member of this board and such a community activist and somebody that is, she and her family have been here for generations. So really great to see you and really appreciate you having, letting us know a little bit about what you're doing with Kinder Camp. Both Supervisor Vasquez and I got to go to Kinder Camp. We weren't the students, but we got to watch the students and really appreciate what you do for our community. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Horstman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Actually, we had quite a few of you come to Kinder Camp this year, and I think Supervisor Ontiveros, that was your first time at Kinder Camp. Really appreciated you going to the Williams Kinder Camp. And so that's what's incredible. We have Kinder Camp in Flagstaff, Williams, Blue Ridge in the Pine Top Lakeside area, as well as Holbrook and Joseph City. And it's because United Way covers, of course, Coconino, Apache, and Navajo counties. This funding in particular is going to go to support the areas within Coconino County, such as Flagstaff and Williams, and we are really hoping to expand to Page. So that's going to be very exciting, and looking at some other sites within Coconino County to expand to. Now, Kinder Camp is a summer bridge program. Basically, it focuses on kids who have had little to no preschool, meaning a year or less of preschool, and who are low income, and also serving children with developmental disabilities and delays. That is the population that we know are most at risk and not prepared yet for kindergarten. I know it's hard to think that maybe a child would not be prepared for kindergarten, but we do have children who are not able to go to preschool. And as you know, preschool costs about $12,000 a year, almost as much as college tuition. And there are not enough actually preschools or slots to fulfill the need within Coconino County for preschool. So this is a summer intervention preparation program. Students have made great gains, just a little bit on the demographics and some of the academic data. We saw the academic levels increase. There were pre and post academic testing that was done, and some of the increases include students and their ability to identify letters and sounds, their ability to write letters and sounds, their ability to write their names. Some of them were already doing some of the what we call the popcorn words or the sight words, writing some of those words. We had students who gained in executive functioning and behavior skills. And so executive functioning, all those skills that you need to know to be able to be successful in kindergarten, like standing in line, opening up your little milk carton, understanding when you get something, you put it away. Where do you have your where do you place your backpack? What do you do 5 minutes before the bell rings? All of those things about responsibility and self-regulation are so important for kindergartners. And a lot of kindergartners, when they enter, have these skills, and some kids do not. And so we saw definite gains in that area. We had every single student who actually gained in that area, which was incredible. We had also parents provided feedback. We do provide a survey to parents, and this is what one of the parents said. She said, "This was the best experience for our son who had not attended daycare or preschool. It really helped us see how the public school system works and tremendously helped prepare our son and us as parents for kindergarten. We are so thrilled and we're so thrilled with the whole experience. And this is so important because sometimes parents don't understand how they can form a homeschool partnership. And these parents, a lot of them said, now we're prepared. We know what the expectations are of us, and we know that we can be partners with the school. And sometimes parents are intimidated to ask questions of the school and to be partners in the school. And so this also helps the parents. I think one of the biggest compliments was a parent wrote, my son did not know how to write his name. And for Father's Day, I received a card for my son with his name. He had written his name in the Father's Day card, which was very, very special. So I could go on and on about some of the accomplishments, and I would love at some point for our youth education manager to come and talk about some of the pre and post tests that we give the students. I think some of you saw firsthand, though, just all the learning that takes place at Kinder Camp. And that's what we want to do. We want to make it an intense learning experience, but also be able to make it one where it's fun and children are looking forward to going to school. So instead of hanging on to mom and dad's leg as for the first day of school and crying, actually our Kinder Camp students basically say, see you later. They're already familiar with school and they become leaders in their respective kindergarten classrooms, which is amazing. So thank you to those of you who have gone to Kinder Camp. I know that some of the supervisors have gone in previous years. I invite you to mark out your calendars for next year in June to come and visit. I will tell you, it'll make your day. The kids just look up to you. They ask all kinds of questions of you, which is great. And they look forward to having some of our rock star adults like yourselves come and visit them in the classroom. So we want to appreciate you very much for your contribution, for your support of Kinder Camp.
Thank you, Liz. Really appreciate it. And I know other people have some comments. Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. First off, thank you for bringing this to us because Kinder Camp is just so important in our community. Prior to being a supervisor, I spent several years in the school district at Killip Elementary School, and I worked with Kinder Camp. And the kindergarten teachers used to tell me just about how much time they saved with those students that went through Kinder Camp. A month to 2 months. Things as simple as how to walk down in a straight line to go get a drink of water, how to sit during story time and listen to the teacher. And so they were really appreciative of all the learning that happened in Kinder Camp. And so it's great, you know, and like as you mentioned, less separation anxiety for the students and for the parents some, you know, and just how to interact with other kids. Those are things that when a child doesn't get preschool or doesn't get Kinder Camp, it's very hard to have to deal with their first couple months in kindergarten. And so this experience is so important, and it's just so important that we as supervisors who have Kinder Camp programs in our districts, that we help support those programs to ensure that as many kids as possible can go through these programs. And then I'd be remiss without mentioning just the great partners that Kinder Camp has created with CCC and NAU and your Golden Ticket programs. Those students that go through this program, if they graduate from FUSD school at the end of their high school, have a golden ticket to go through CCC and NAU through a scholarship from this program. That's amazing, and congratulations for that work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Williams, too.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta. And I actually was going to ask before Vice Chair Vasquez brought it up for you to talk about that golden ticket, but he has talked about that, and that is very important. So thank you, yeah, so much, yeah, for doing that. And I know that my district director Jen and I went over and watched. I think it was called the bridging ceremony. Yeah, that was really neat. That was like such a celebration for those kids, like they had accomplished something that day, and that was really neat. And the other thing that I just wanted to highlight was I had asked you that I think this year you are going to be keeping statistics now of the kids that are in Kinder Camp and the ones that actually use that golden ticket through to get their college education. I'm going to be very interested to see how this plays out. Yeah, but I'm thinking good things, so thank you.
It'll be exciting. Yes, we'll be following
Indeed.
the students
Uh-huh.
all through their education.
Yeah, thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Liz. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, it's always said that, if you start teaching your kids at an early age of respect, just anything, that they'll always carry that with you. And it's always a base for them to build upon and earn respect in their own ways. And so I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff do. I was there last year, I believe it was, and sat in the classes. I mean, those kids were motivated. They were talking and they were helping one another. And it's really nice to be amongst, little kids. So I look forward to going there again. But, I think their self-confidence really is there, that, they can do things, and all the emotional skills that they're learning, and then also other tools that they feel that they would need, in order to continue with their continued success, and also beyond their kindergarten classes. So it's something to really support. And also I do support it as a board of supervisor. We didn't have that back when we were in kindergarten.
Right.
I remember being in kindergarten back in, I don't know, I don't want to say my age, but anyway, they didn't have these programs. And, now kids, everything is there for them. And it's just like saying it takes a whole community to educate a child. And this is something that's evident of that. So I just want to say thank you so much to your staff, and then yourself, for continuing, to strengthen and supporting the little kids. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thank you again, Liz, for everything that you and your staff do. It's all been said. We're just very thankful for your work and your dedication to our young children. Thank you.
Well, thanks again. And you make our community a little bit more resilient and also more equitable, and really appreciate all your great work for you and your staff and all of those that do participate in it. So, and our community members who support this.
They do. We have so many, of course, businesses and industry and other organizations that support Kinder Camp, which the cost is about $1,500 a student. And so obviously it takes everybody coming together. And like you said, it takes the entire community. And I'll share that with the team. They'll be very thankful for the wonderful comments. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on. See, isn't this fun? We get to do this kind of stuff on occasion too. Our next is consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with Flagstaff Festival of Science for a total of $4,000. District 1, $1,000, District 2, $1,000, District 3, $1,700, and District 4, $300 from Community Initiative Funds for the annual Community Science Festival. And I believe we have Elizabeth Vogler here with us. And we're going to take a motion on this and then have you come on up. So do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the funding agreement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So come on up. Let's hear from you, Liz.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening, and of course for your wonderful support of the Festival of Science. This year, we're very excited. We're in our 36th year in the community, which is, I can't take all the credit, so I can say that it's pretty impressive for Flagstaff, for us to be making an impact in STEM education in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. So I want to thank all the members of the Board of Supervisors for your support over the years, and in particular this year. We're excited to kick off the festival in exactly 30 days from today. So we're really in that final home stretch. This year we have, as always, 10 days of activities that will take place throughout the city and the county. And this year we're looking to have 115 events all within those 10 days. So a lot of moving parts. We're very, very fortunate that this program is not only supported by government entities and individuals like yourselves, but also corporate sponsors and grants, regional grants as well, because our programs are entirely free to the community. So every one of those 115 programs and activities are free for anyone to attend. We really try to have a wide range for different age groups so that there's something for everybody. This year, we're very excited to have a dynamic keynote speaker, Mariah Gladstone, and I know I indicated some of her background and what she'll be talking about in my application this year. She is from Montana. She's Blackfeet. She's an indigenous chef as well as an advocate, and she'll be talking about ecology and land sustainability and traditional use of foods in a contemporary diet. So it's going to be a combination of kind of food and environmental sustainability. So we're very excited about that topic to kick off this year's festival on the 19th of September. And so I hope you all will join us for that. Otherwise, just kind of a reminder and a shout out to all of the collaborators that make the Festival of Science happen. We ourselves as a nonprofit would not be able to produce 115 events on our own. So we're very fortunate to have many, many collaborators in town that really make it possible, like the Dark Skies Coalition. So I was pleased to see my pals when I came in this evening. And so it's really a community event. It's a community effort to pull this off. And we're just so grateful that because of support from you all and funds from the community that we can continue making a difference in Flagstaff and in Coconino County and making an impact in STEM education. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. We're looking forward to it.
Yes.
Every year I love going out there and just seeing what, so many of the projects. And then I know last year you highlighted the robotics team
Yep.
that, won one of the national awards in robotics. And it was really amazing. So, and it's wonderful to see so many children so engaged and excited about STEM.
Yes.
It's really wonderful.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
so others? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yeah, very much concur. Very much, it's happening to everyone. Very much concur with Chair Horseman's comments, and thank you for giving such a great presentation of what those 10 days are going to be. And thank you for the work you do in this community in this regard.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, yeah, for doing the presentation. I just wanted to say that we as a county have the interest and the authority to promote arts and sciences to help our communities regarding the field of science, and then also their career opportunities and career advancement, and also networking and the knowledge of science in the local area. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you guys do. And, certainly I will make every effort to be at one of these functions. We have so many things to attend, but, we'll make time. I will make time. I'm pretty sure others have gone there, but I just want to say thank you so much.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here tonight and for putting on the Festival of Science. It's so exciting to have these different scientific events in our community, and the fact that it's been around for 36 years is pretty incredible and exciting, and it just demonstrates Flagstaff's commitment to science. And so we really appreciate this festival and the keynote this year, an Indigenous woman talking about food. I'm pretty excited about that and look forward to hearing what she has to say. And just excited to see the different presentations that will be around food this year. So thank you for your work.
And Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting program, sounds like. So thank you for all your work and all the partners.
Thanks for being with us this afternoon. So take care. We'll see you out there soon. All right, we're moving on. The next we have is number 16. Consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Family Food Center to provide a total of $3,400, District 1, 1,000, District 2, 1,000, District 3, 1,000, and District 5, 400 from community initiative funds to provide the advancement of collaborative food access strategies and increase service delivery to food insecure populations. And I know we have Ethan Amos. Am I pronouncing that right? Okay, good. With us. No, I see it all. We talk all the time, but I usually know Ethan. So thank you. We're going to hear from you in a minute, but we're going to take a motion first. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So we are here. And, thank you for all you do. And I know that your job is getting harder as the months go by with some of the changes that have been made with SNAP, et cetera. So we're interested to hear what you are doing. And again, I know you've got a hunger summit coming up, and maybe give us a little overview on that as well. So thanks for being with us.
Madam Chair, can't hear.
Is it better if I lean right here? Lena, is that good?
Can you hear him better, Lena?
No, Ethan, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Can they turn this up? I mean, we have a new mic there that we haven't had problems in the past. I'm not sure why we do now, but I don't think it's you, though. Don't take it personal. So we'll kind of turn it up.
It may be me.
Okay, mic check.
There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Hey, Lena, did you hear that?
I did. Thank you, Ethan.
Like to correct myself, Supervisor Fowler. I said Lena out of nervousness with the audio, so I apologize. But yeah, I wanted to elaborate on my gratitude. I feel like we in Coconino County are all so blessed to have you as leaders. And I say that especially coming from the food bank. And each of you, I've met with each of you and have talked about the issues that we face. And they're much bigger than the food center. I know the food center is the Flagstaff Family Food Center, but I mean, from day one, I realized that our programs transcend the boundaries that we have. Our geographical service area goes well into the north parts of Coconino County and over into Apache County. And we didn't strategize accordingly. And so over the last 3 years, we've really looked at what need was happening. We've collected data to see how far people were traveling. And we've learned that interesting things, up to 54% of our clients who come to us identify as American Indian. We've learned that the top 20 cities, the top 20 zip codes who come to us are traveling over an hour to get to us for food. There's limited resources. And when I say limited, I don't mean to minimize the efforts that are happening in these smaller towns or in Flagstaff, but there are limited resources in places like Williams. As an example, Grand Canyon Food Pantry was run by Mike Scott, who is an elderly man who wanted to retire. And he felt like if he retired, the Grand Canyon Food Pantry would sort of spiral down. And so he walked into my office one day unannounced, sat down while I was in the middle of a Zoom meeting and waited till it was over. And then his first words out of his mouth were, "I want you guys to acquire us." And so we really met with our board and decided that that was something that was important because our mission is neighbors, feeding neighbors every day. And for us to sit here in Flagstaff, in a place where it's a transient community for lots of different reasons, we had to consider what our neighbors were like in Williams and Grand Canyon and Loop and beyond. And Supervisor Fowler, we continue to explore what it looks like for us to serve farther up north. And it's an infrastructure issue for us right now, but we're growing and we're learning how to make the most of our situation and the most of the resources that we have at hand. But for me, the need is huge, and we've appreciated your support up to that point. The Anti-Hunger Summit is something that's super important for us to try and get ahead of this issue. And the issue is so significant. As an example, in 2019, there were 241,000 meals served out of our kitchen here in Flagstaff. We're going to eclipse 525,000 this year. And so in 5 or 6 years, we've more than doubled. And that's the rate that hunger has just increased and increased. And so it's really hard to keep up with. And we're going to keep trying. When pipes freeze in Bird Springs, Supervisor Brigade, we're going to show up with water. We continue to respond when the Dragon Bravo fire is happening. We're going to send all the water we have up there in the Gatorade. But to get ahead of the issue, it requires a certain kind of community education and resilience that has been challenging to muster up. And so the Anti-Hunger Summit has really allowed us to do that. And it's a place where we can learn and talk and share about what food looks like. And so that way we can become more resilient in our food system in Northern Arizona.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, see if they have some comments. And I know we're going to have to start moving along a little bit quicker here, but this is important. So Supervisor Ontiveros.
All right, thank you very much, and I will make this brief. And you had said something right now where you said, we keep on trying. Thank you for keeping on trying. You're successful, and I appreciate that. And I was very happy to be a part of helping you guys do this with District 3 to strategize. And I will just say publicly what I have told you privately. I very much appreciate the work that you've done. I very much appreciate the outreach into the Williams community. That has been very impactful and very successful. So thank you for thinking beyond the borders of Flagstaff.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for being here today and presenting this and all the work that you and the Family Food Center do for our community. Both the Family Food Center, both places of your places are in District 2, and so I feel a special affinity towards all of you. But I really just want to commend you and your organization for really taking the time to do strategic thinking about food insecurity in our communities and really taking a lead to bring all the players to the table to have these conversations, because what we're seeing as the numbers you just showed to us are that the need is increasing. And what the other piece we're seeing is, at least on the federal side, the funding is decreasing. And so figuring out ways to bring and pool all our resources together to really take care of those that are most vulnerable for us. And one of the basic human needs that we have of folks in this county is food. And so we need to make sure that we can take care of the most vulnerable in our communities and find ways, creative ways, to be strategic and create more resources for our vulnerable population. So thank you for your work.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Ian. You're always so helpful. I've had some people that really needed food, and I end up going to the food center and got certain items, and then I delivered them out there and out in the communities in between where the the food is taken up north. So Sister Fowler says bring it more north, but I'm saying bring it more towards east too. And now we have it at Williams too, so that's good. And it takes somebody with a real big heart to be in a business like this or with within the job. And so I just want to say thank you so much, because you do a lot, your staff do a lot. There's a lot of heavy lifting, there's a lot of moving of things, there's there's so much work that you guys do. So I just want to say thank you. And as my other colleague said, the funding is really not there, and then we still have this issue that we need to address. So I just want to say thank you so much. Bye.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just I agree with all the supervisors with their comments. However, when you came, prior to you coming on board, the food center was basically a Flagstaff base. You've taken the initiative and found ways to cover Coconino County. Really appreciate that. And you continue to face challenges, but you're able to find ways to meet the needs of our communities. And as it was said, the federal cuts are really creating more challenge for our communities that are already in need. The safety net programs that have been there are now being canceled. And we from our county, we see that and that, and even within the programs. And I just want to thank you, and if there's any way that we can advocate, probably with our federal agenda, I would propose this to our legislative staff to really advocate for these fundings that are much needed for the food bank and other service providers that are providing these much needed programs within our county. I think we need to advocate for that. Just want to recognize just your work that you do and your staff, and being able to meet the needs of our communities when it's very much needed. Food insecurity is real because people farm and try to do for themselves, but with the drought, the way that it's been for several years, even when people plant, we don't have those now. And and that's where you come in and you try and you help out and you help other organizations to meet those needs as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, and Grand Canyon Food Pantry thanks you as well. So appreciate what you do, and your staff. Please extend our great appreciation to them as well. Thanks for being here. You know, it was working pretty well earlier. I'm not sure what's going on. So we have one more item, and then we're going to get to our public hearings. This is number 19, consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Joey Ruiz to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, CHOC, for a 4-year term to expire December 30th, 2029. And I understand this is District 3? So there he is. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ontiveros. You want to make a motion, and then we'll go forward?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we approve his appointment, to Joey Ruiz, to this appointment.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous. So congratulations. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ontiveros to introduce you.
All right, thank you, Chair Horseman. And I will just say that before I make my appointments, I always like to meet personally with the people. There's just something, called me old school, but it just works for me. And so Joey and I had an opportunity to sit down in my office one morning and really enjoyed that conversation with you. And so I just want to share with others just very briefly about you. So Joey has spent most of his career working with students and families, and many of them first generation, Hispanic or from underserved backgrounds, and he has seen firsthand how powerful it is when people feel seen, heard, and supported. Joey works at NAU as the program manager within student affairs to support and empower college students. Joey oversees monitoring initiatives, guide peer mentors, organize events that build community, and collaborate across departments to create a welcoming, student-centered experience. A big part of Joey's job is to make sure students are set up for success, both inside and outside the classroom. Joining the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council feels like a natural step, and he wants to help create more opportunities, more visibility, and more positive change for our community. So thank you for your willingness to serve. And with that, would you like to say a few words? Okay.
I want to say thank you.
Mhm.
Way to students and you to the Coconino County at large, and really help push them towards becoming an active part of our community here in Flagstaff and in the community, Coconino County. I think this is a great opportunity to really bridge the university students, and then also take some of my skills and talents and really help our overall community really thrive, and helping the council as well. So thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. Really appreciate it. All right, with that, we are going to our public hearing. For those that have been waiting for the public hearing, thank you for being with us this evening, and also thank you for your patience as we got through some very important business. We are now on number 28, public hearing, consideration, and possible action to adopt ordinance 2025-03 and resolution 2025-41 to amend the development agreement approving a 3-year extension of the zone change from G General 10-acre minimum parcel size zone to PC Planned Community Zone for the 70-acre Glittering Mountain project with an extension of the approved development agreement. The subject property is located north of Twin Arrows Interchange on Twin Arrows Interchange on Interstate 40 and identified as assessor's parcel number 303-38-007F. The applicant is Glittering Mountain LLC, Window Rock, Arizona, and I know that community development is going to take this over. I am going to point out to the board that this is an extension, and that the board back some time ago, previous board, made the underlying decision that there was, in fact, the necessary criteria was met for a zone change. So we are not here to look at that underlying decision. That's already been approved. We are here to determine whether it's appropriate to go forward with an extension, which was also called for in the original ordinance that was passed by the prior board. And that would allow us to approve a grant extension to determine that there's already been compliance with the schedule of development, or 3, cause the property to revert to its former zoning. So here with us to take us through this is Community Development. Good to see you. Jay, how are you this evening?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I'm doing just fine, thank you. I appreciate you asking. I hope you all are doing very well as well. As you mentioned, thank you for the opening. We are here for Lindsay to fix this for us. I know there's some new stuff.
Chairwoman and members, as Jay gets, this is a PowerPoint that was distributed to your offices earlier today, just the background and history on those.
There was one additional page. We have the PowerPoint in the packet, but I think we have one new page.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, good evening. As mentioned, this is the Glittering Mountain Zone Change Extension request. I do have a brief story to share that I would like to thank Supervisor Fowler for her efforts. So it was to the month that I started in this position, in this career with Coconino County, that Supervisor Fowler contacted me and she said, Jay, I think we have this really great opportunity to partner with the Navajo Nation. And she introduced me to Nathaniel Begay, who at the time was the CEO of Navajo Nation Shopping Centers, which is the owner of the property. And the project at the time was really in its infantile stages, and we didn't have anywhere near a complete application. So Nathaniel and I worked together for almost a year to get a complete application together. And I would like to thank County Attorney Bill Ring. He authored a development agreement for this project, which was the first ever development agreement that the county had approved as part of a zone change. And you can see there's a combination here with Twin Arrows Casino and the Glittering Mountain proposal, which is fee simple, but the casino and the fire station and the Navajo Blue Travel Center are on trust land. So there was a lot of complexities with the infrastructure, a lot of moving pieces. So I'd like to thank Bill Ring for helping with the development agreement, and also Supervisor Fowler for helping us usher this project along. It was my first zoning case with Coconino County, so it's near and dear. As mentioned, this is Glittering Mountain LLC. I believe we have some representatives. Welcome. And everybody's retired that I worked with before, so it's nice to meet you. It is north of I-40 at the Twin Arrows exit. Again, you can see where the casino is, and then the dark black hatched area is the 70 acres in discussion. It is a planned community that was approved in 2015. There's a number of uses. As you can see, there's a multitude of housing. There's multifamily, townhome, and single family detached. There's an event center, a sporting event. There's a bowling alley, a number of shop shell buildings that could be whatever retailer wants to go in there, as well as a movie theater. None of it has been built at this point, which is why we're having this zoning extension hearing this evening.
Is this in District 4? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. The board made the findings again in 2015 to approve this for a 10-year zoning approval. It was always implied that it would take a while for this project to get moving. It's complex. There's a lot to it. And as mentioned, the request this evening is to extend that zoning approval for 3 years from now to the current PC Planned Community Zone, with approval of ordinance 2025-03 and resolution 2025-41. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members of the board, before we open this up for public hearing and public comment, do you have any questions? Otherwise, I know you have the applicant representative. Would they like to speak before we open this up? Please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Taylor. I am the Acting Executive Director for Glittering Mountain LLC. I'm also the Chief Executive Officer for Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. And with me here is also Mr. Mark Graham, the Shopping Centers Board Secretary Treasurer, and also our co-developer, Mr. Kurt Rosine of Nova Development. If you don't mind, I'd like to have Mr. Rosine join me up here to introduce himself.
Well, you already did a good job, but Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors of the board, my name is Kurt Rosine with Nova Development, and been working with the Glittering Mountain Board for a little less than 2 years on this project.
And my comments are that I joined the company in 2019, and in 2020, that's when I was tasked with leading the development for Glittering Mountain. But due to COVID, our projects was delayed from 2020 to 2022. We resumed activities in the second quarter of 2023. So year to date, I've been working on this for about 2.5 years. In that time period, we've actually covered a lot of ground in terms of actually re-looking, reassessing our options for building out the entire 70 acres. And also we redeployed a different approach to developing our areas related to the commercial and residential. A lot of updates to share at a point in time perhaps, but that's what I'd like to share now. Questions on what we've done?
Members of the board, again, before I open it up for the public hearing, I'll ask you again, any questions you might want to ask the representative of Glittering Mountain?
I will just say that I actually was on planning and zoning when this came through. So it's really interesting to me to see where it is in its development, and your explanation of being basically shut down for 2 years due to COVID. So, so thank you for that. And I also, when I was on P&Z, Planning and Zoning, was very supportive of this project.
All right, any other questions or comments? Supervisor Begay?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. I met with you a couple of times as a group, and all of your board members were here, and I just wanted to tell you, you know, that we did talk about the extension at both, I think at both times. So I just want to say thank you for continuing and doing your work in this line, so that for a economical matter. So thank you so much.
All right, if there are no further questions, Supervisor Vasquez has a question.
Yes, thank you for being here, and it looks like a great opportunity. And I guess my question is just, do you anticipate being able to start this project within the 3 years so we don't have to be back to renew it again?
The answer is yes.
you.
We intend to start development in 3 years.
All right, with that, this is a public hearing. It's now going to open our public hearing. This is the time for members of the public to be able to be heard on this, ask questions, talk about anything they may have or concerns they may have with the project. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk, to let the public know how they can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to do a public comment for this public hearing item number 28, you can make your way up to the podium. We also have comment cards on the table, which we have not received any comment cards for this item number. Or if you're watching virtually, you can send a comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov.
Thank you, Lindsay. Now is the time, members of the public, to be heard on this public hearing on the extension for Glittering Mountain project.
Chair Horseman, we do not have any comments in our inbox, and we do not have any comment cards.
Very good. I will then, one more time, this is the final call for this. If there is anyone like to be heard on this open public meeting, now is the time.
Thank you, Chair. We have no comments in our inbox.
Then at this time, we will close the public hearing. I'm going to ask board members if they have any questions or comments at this time before we entertain a motion. And I do have a question just for the sake of the record, and I'm going to ask this of our clerk. Have we received any comments prior to today's hearing on this matter, either pro or con?
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any comments regarding this matter.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Glittering Mountain for working with the county when this first came, and it was very interesting, and we weren't sure how it was going to be handled because it was an interesting new case, and Jay and county attorney came up with this plan on how the community plan, and we thought that was really interesting. That was the first time we ever tried it, and it's been working really well. And I wish the organization, Glittering Mountain, just lots of good wishes to complete this project, because it does provide economic stability in the region, and also supports the city of Flagstaff and the surrounding communities. So I just want to thank them for their the continuing this project and moving forward with it. So I think it's just a really valuable business in our community, and really wish it to grow strong and be as strong as it could be, benefiting Navajo Nation as well as all the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say thank you again for the board here to listening, and then also the administration, and then the three of you that are here. Thank you for being here, and all people that are still here in the audience. I just want to say it's a big opportunity for the Navajo Nation to really go and look at other economic development, because we need that. And so that, because we don't have jobs for our for our communities, some in some areas, and I know you guys hire a lot of people in that area. There's so much that you guys are all going to be offering, and even just building things, and so I'm very pleased that you are still continuing and into the development. I mean, with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 20-025-2025-03 and resolution 2025-41 to amend the development agreement, approving a 3-year extension of the zoning and development agreement approval to August 19, 2028 for parcel number 303-38-007 F, a 70-acre property located north of Twin Arrows Interchange on Interstate 40.
Madam Chair? May I
Yes.
ask a question before we vote? Do they need a longer extension, or is 3 years enough time? I believe, so that'd be my question.
We do have a motion on the floor, and
I
we need
realize
to
that,
put,
Madam.
yeah, just, and, well, we have a motion on the floor, and so at this point, we need a second, then we can talk about comment. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and now we have a question as to whether the 3-year time period is adequate, and I think you did address that a little earlier, but please just confirm for Supervisor Fowler.
So the 3-year extension was fairly considered by the Glitter Mountain Committee and board members. So it was deemed sufficient time for us to break ground on a project within the 70 acres.
All right, thank you for that confirmation. So, and then I know we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? I'm going to make a slight comment here, and that is that I certainly wish you well on this. I think it sounds very exciting. I wasn't here for the original review. Obviously, Supervisor Fowler is probably the only person on the board that was. And this is an extension for you to be able to follow through on that plan, and I'm very excited for you and the surrounding communities. I do think this will be helpful for economic development and jobs, et cetera, for the greater Flagstaff area, and really hope it goes well. We look forward to it finishing within 3 years and look forward to participating. So thank you so much and appreciate you being here. Any other comments before we vote? Supervisor Vasquez.
I was just getting ready to vote. Good luck on your project. I think you should be able to move forward, so it's exciting. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now that he's ready to vote, I think we're all ready to vote. All those in favor of the extension, please confirm by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you for being with us. Congratulations and good luck to you in the project. All right, we're moving forward. We have one more hearing today to complete our board meeting. I believe this is also in District 4. You're busy here for today. This is public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2025-06, approving a zone change from AR 2.5 agriculture residential 2.5 acre minimum parcel size to a CG 10,000 commercial general on a 1 acre portion of a 1.87 acre parcel in Doney Park. Property is located at 7725 North US Highway 89 and is further identified as parcel number 301-25-008. The applicant is Isaac Block of Civil Design and Engineering, Inc. Flagstaff and property owner is Juliet Moores, Pine, Colorado. And I'm going to turn this over to Jess McNeely from Community Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. And this is in our numbering permitting system, ZC 2504. We're considering it or calling it the Highway 89 self-storage zone change. As noted, thank you, Chair Horstman. Our property owner is Juliet Morse. Our representative, CD&E Engineering, and their engineer on staff, I believe, is with us here, Isaac Block. The current zoning part is a mixed zoning, part of the issue why we're here having this hearing this evening. Northern half is commercial general, and the southern half is AR 2.5, 2.5 acre minimum lot size. That's also key to this unique piece of property. The requested zoning is to have commercial zoning, the CG commercial general zone for the entire property for a self-storage development. The site is 1.87 acres, so that is obviously under the 2.5 acre minimum in the AR zone, just yet another complexity with this property. And it is, of course, in District 4, Supervisor Begay's district. So this is a vicinity map within our GIS system with the zoning layer turned on. And you can see Highway 89 running through the middle of this property. And I believe you can see my cursor on here so we can point to things. All of the red in the middle of this image is commercial zoning, CG 10,000. So This is what is labeled and identified, designated as the Burris Lane Activity Center, Commercial Activity Center. That's designated by the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan as a commercial activity center. All of the surrounding yellow that you see is residential zoning. That is the AR, agricultural residential, 2.5 acre minimum zone. And with the aerial photograph overlaid with this, you can see some of the commercial buildings in this area. You see Burris Lane running east-west, intersecting with Highway 89. That gives the name of this activity center as the Burris Lane Rural Activity Center. And you can see right here at the southern edge of the activity center, what I'm pointing to right here with the cursor is our subject property. You see that the northern half in this image is red commercial, and you see that the southern half is the yellow AR agricultural residential. We zoom in a little bit with an aerial photograph. We can get a better idea of what's in the immediate surrounding area. You see the subject property well highlighted here with the blue outline. And you can see to the northeast is a storage property, basically a commercial recreational vehicle, RV storage. You see those recreational vehicles in this image here, and self-storage commercial development. You see these long, thin self-storage buildings here in the upper right-hand corner. So very similar to the proposed use on the subject property. If you look immediately to the east, you see a residential property, and that property actually has some horse corrals on it. You can see these horse corrals. And on the western edge, up closest, the closest thing on that residential property to the subject property is actually a large metal storage building. We've got another image further in our presentation, and there's some outdoor storage of just kind of random items surrounding that metal storage building. When we look at the subject property, you see that there is an old church building that is built really right against the southern property line, and that really leaves a lot of vacant area on the subject property. Of course, this old church building has been vacant for going on 20 years, and this church property is sitting on the residential zone portion of the property. When you look immediately west of the church building, this green color here indicates Forest Service land. That is U.S. Forest Service land. And of course, you see Highway 89, where you see what is labeled as Delgowski Drive. This has been where historically access to the church was used for the church property. However, this Delgowski Drive is a essentially unpermitted, not legal access, informal drive, where it connects right to Highway 89. That is ADOT, that is not ADOT permitted. So there's not an encroachment permit for that access point. Where Delgowski Drive goes over Forest Service land, that is not a Forest Service easement. And where it goes across the subject property is just informal access, but is not legal access, is not a legal easement on this property. When we look at the applicant's submitted site plan, and if you flip back and forth, you can see what you were looking at here in the aerial photograph and then the site plan. You're seeing similarities in the outline of that property, and even some of what you're seeing in kind of this ghost image that the applicant overlaid their site plan on to help us understand their site plan. The important thing to note with this site plan, the applicant's development plan, is that the access would now come from the north end of the property, where the subject property actually makes connection to the Highway 89 right-of-way. And very important to note that this access showing east-west that I'm indicating here with the cursor, you can see that. I'm seeing it on my screen now. I'm not seeing it. The access across the north side of this property against actually the subject property's northern boundary is in fact a legal easement that was recorded on this property. We understand back to 1979, and actually some of the comments from the neighbors surrounding this property helped us understand that. So where the applicant is showing this access road connecting to Highway 89 is in fact a recorded legal easement. This was legal access that was designated originally so that the church could have legal access to Highway 89. The church never built that access, and the neighbors really have expressed, some frustration that the church never did build legal access where it was supposed to be built within the legal access easement. You can see where this access, when it runs east-west across the north boundary line of the subject property, it then turns due south and accesses directly to the residential property to the east. So this was by design from the beginning, and as submitted in the applicant's site plan, designated access to the subject property, legal, permitted, safe access, and it was designed all along to access the residential property to the east. If you look further on this site plan, you can see the proposed self-storage building, long, thin self-storage buildings. We've all seen them before. And I would point out that the furthest northwest portion of the self-storage buildings is what has been designated as the office for the self-storage business. That is where you'd anticipate, the majority of the traffic, people coming and going to this property to rent storage units. We will point out that the applicant is in conformance with the zoning ordinance in that where this commercial property, the commercial buildings are abutting the residential properties to the south and east. Our zoning ordinance has a 20-foot minimum setback, and they are adhering to that 20-foot minimum setback that's required between commercial and residential development. Further, our zoning ordinance requires that 20-foot setback buffer be used for solid screening, 6-foot screening fence, and landscaping. I would point out on the applicant's site plan, their kind of ghost image in here helps us understand the layout of the site plan. So they've shown where this informal Delegowski Drive crossed across the Forest Service land to the west. That will no longer be necessary as the access will go into the legal easement, what was designated for safe permitted access. So a lot of considerations, some of the background in this case are the split zoning that we've discussed, and really that this property is undersized even for the AR 2.5 residential zoning. The non-residential structure, the church on this property, is actually on the residential zoning. So that would prohibit that non-residential building from being used for some other commercial use, such as, like, say, an office use. Of course, the church has been abandoned for many years. We've mentioned that Delegowski Drive through the property is not a recorded easement or legal access. It's not built to county standards. There would be concern that during following a snowstorm, or certainly during heavy monsoon, fire and emergency services vehicles would have a hard time getting across this informal access, in that it is not built to county standards. And of course, the easement showed on the north property line does in fact meet ADOT requirements for an encroachment permit, and if built, it would be built to county standards to resolve these safety and access issues. Just to give you some orientation of the property and what it looks like, the lower left-hand corner shows the old church on the property that's been not used as a church for many years. I'm sure many of you recognize that church and driving past it on Highway 89. If you stood right in front of that church and looked due east, you would see the image to the right. The image to the right shows what the residential property to the east looks like from the subject property. And then commercial properties in the immediate area. The image on the left-hand side here is the self-storage and RV storage business immediately north of the subject property. So very similar to what is proposed on the subject property. The image on the right-hand side of the screen is a little strip commercial building on the other side of Highway 89, a little bit northwest from the subject property. Houses a Subway, pizza place, typical neighborhood commercial uses that we would expect in an area like this. If you stand on the subject property just immediately east of the old church building and look due south, you would see this. You're seeing the residential property to the south, so that's a really beautiful home further south of the subject property. And you can see we've got some native ponderosa providing a good buffer between this property and that residential property. If you went right across the subject property's property line on the residential property to the east, we would point out that the residential property east of the subject site has a large metal storage building. Quonset hut is the nearest building abutting the subject property, and you can see some of that outdoor storage. And just on the left-hand side of this image, you would see the fence a little bit bordering between the subject property and this residential property immediately to the east, just giving you an idea what the surrounding area looks like. If you stood on the subject property and looked due west across Highway 89, you see Highway 89 there in the foreground. You'd be seeing the peaks in the background, and you'd be seeing some Forest Service land immediately west of Highway 89. So the applicant held the required neighborhood meeting for a zone change. Neighbors within 1,000 feet were invited. With that neighborhood meeting, there was some mixed support for commercial zoning. Many neighbors and their letters, they're in your packet, certainly state that commercial zoning would be a good use for the subject property. And there was support for resolving the legal and physical access issues that we've gone over. As a matter of fact, the applicants made some changes to their site plan. They actually moved the proposed office location to the far northwest corner based on neighborhood comments, so they were certainly listening to neighbors. The property owner to the east, we would point out, did provide a letter supporting this project if new legal road access was built to ADOT and fire department standards, as stated by that letter, and that it retained the Delegowski name. An attorney or an attorney's letter for the same property owner then versus that support and opposes the zone change and discusses initiating legal action for a prescriptive easement. We would really like to point out that a prescriptive easement is not recorded on this property. The county has no record of one. We also really need to point out that a zone change on the subject property does not change the property rights, including access, of any surrounding properties. And it's very important to note that separate legal private action or processes are not a consideration for this zone change. As you know, zone changes are based on findings found in our zoning ordinance and state statute. And we'd really like to thank legal staff and thank Angela for being here with us this evening, for supporting our staff at Community Development with this review. When we look at applicable plans and ordinances in this request, we would point out that the county comprehensive plan was found to be consistent by the Planning and Zoning Commission with this request. Likewise, the Donny Park area plan would apply to this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission found this request to be consistent with that plan. This commercial zone change is within a designated activity center, and that is where both the neighborhood plan and the Flagstaff regional plan anticipate and encourage commercial development such as this. So our zoning ordinance does have performance standards between commercial and residential zones. This request is consistent with those performance standards. Those performance standards do require screening, solid screening fences or walls, landscaping between commercial properties and residential properties. Likewise, we have standards for lighting, dark sky lighting, and signage as well. It would also be important to note that when commercial development takes place on this property, when building permits are sought, because this is within the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan, a design review will go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, looking at the design, the color, the material of those buildings. Likewise, the county has regulations for grading, drainage, roads, and wastewater. Those are listed there, and they, of course, would apply to this commercial development. So in the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings that they forward to you and recommend you make, they would like to point out that they could make finding 1, that the request is consistent with the zoning ordinance, the area plan, the comprehensive plan. They made finding 2, that it will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare. They did point out with that Finding two, that improved legal access built to county standards and ADOT standards will improve safety for this site and all the surrounding properties. And finding three, that it is compatible with adjacent commercial properties, certainly with the RV and self-storage facility to the north, and that a low-impact commercial use would not adversely affect the established character of this surrounding neighborhood. Zoning ordinance standards for setbacks, lighting, landscaping, and screening will ensure compatibility with surrounding residential properties. So with that, in the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, they certainly did note that the zone change resolves split zoning issues and allows this property to be productively used. It resolves legal access issues, and it resolves safe issues in physical access, ensuring those improvements meet ADOT and county standards, and specifically and importantly for traffic safety and emergency vehicles. So they forward a unanimous, P&Z forwards a unanimous recommendation of approval with the conditions found in Ordinance 2025-06 in your packet. Those conditions, as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, are specific, that they require the development to conform with the submitted plans that you saw, that we went over, and those conditions require that access is maintained to the property to the east before commercial development, during commercial development, and after commercial development, that it be legal and permitted by the county and ADOT. With that, I would be happy to stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know we have the applicant here with us, probably is going to want to address us before we open this up to public hearing. But before we do that, I'm going to ask if there are any questions here from the board. Any questions you might have? Just for clarification, and I think you have answered it, but I just want for clarifications. What's now known as Delgowski Drive, which we understand is goes across Forest Service property, and there's some questions as to the appropriateness or legality of it. And it's just north, I guess, is where the easement is, and which I understand the applicant is willing to do the access there and to pave that and bring that up to county standards. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. And the applicant's site plan, Madam Chair, shows where the old unpermitted Delgowski Drive here crosses Forest Service land and would go through the middle of the property. I mean, it makes sense. It went right in front of the church originally. But the legal access is what is up here. And I apologize, the cursor is not showing when I make these movements. But you are absolutely correct. The legal access has existed for many years along the north property line of the subject property, and it was designed to give access to the residential property to the east. That is where the legal access exists, and that's where the applicant proposes building said access.
But just to point out that it wasn't built, even though it was supposed to have been built. And in fact, for decades, the Delgowski Drive, whether it was appropriate or legal or not, is what has been utilized for some decades, correct?
Absolutely.
And so what really brings the change is that this applicant is willing to do what the church was supposed to do when they received the gift from the Delgowskis for this property. And the new applicant is, or the current owner and applicant is willing to bring that up for an access and bring it up to county standards.
Yes.
And I assume that's been conveyed to the Delgowskis who've lived there for decades.
Well, Madam Chair, that's all been in the record, and that certainly was a big portion of the discussion with Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments or questions before we hear from the applicant? All right, let's hear from the applicant, then we'll open up for public hearing and probably hear from other members that are here.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Isaac Block. I'm an engineer with Civil Design and Engineering, representing the applicant. If you need my address for the record. 618 East Route 66, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86001. Thank you, Mr. McNeely, for your presentation. Following Mr. McNeely's presentation, I would like to add some further comments about the application. And then Mr. Aaron Lumpkin will also provide additional comments as part of our presentation. Working with the applicant, Ms. Moores, we have considered what options are available for the development of this parcel. We understand that there is no administrative process for rectifying the zoning issues, and that splitting the two differently zoned portions of the parcel into two parcels is not an option due to the non-conforming status of the AR 2.5 acre minimum portion of the subject parcel and the requirements of the zoning ordinance that relate to non-conforming situations. A zone change to commercial CG 10,000 with access provided at the proposed location seems to be the best solution to the challenges inherent to this parcel. The existing church is currently an expired non-conforming use since the church has not been in use for greater than 180 days, which is the time period given by the zoning ordinance after which the non-conforming use would no longer be allowed after the use is discontinued. This existing church currently limits what may be developed on the 1 acre portion of the parcel, zoned AR 2.5 acre minimum, as Mr. McNeely noted. While the complications of the current access limits how the commercial portion of the property may be utilized, and I'm specifically referring to how the 30-foot access easement along the north and east portion of the commercial zones portion may not be developed on because it is an access easement. So with this application, the applicant requests that zoning of the parcel be changed to be entirely commercial CG 10,000, which will allow for the development of the parcel in what we believe seems to be the best use for the parcel. The development as proposed would remediate both the existing zoning and access issues associated with the parcel while being able to develop the parcel in a manner that is consistent with the Donny Park, Fernwood Timberline Area Plan, ADOT requirements, and the Coconino County Planning and Zoning, Environmental Quality, and Engineering Standards. And a final note that as access is a major consideration in this application, I also note that the applicant and I have been working with ADOT through the zone change process and to receive their approval of the traffic impact statement report corresponding to the proposed development, which I submitted as part of an encroachment permit application to ADOT. And this traffic impact statement included analysis of traffic trip generation to the project site, as well as proposed right turn lane and driveway location within the ADOT right of way. So I appreciate your time and consideration. That concludes my comments. And now I'd like to have Mr. Aaron Lumpkin come up and continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the boards. I'm Horseman. It's a pleasure to be before you all again. It's been quite some time. Essentially, we have here is a situation with split lot on a piece of land outside of Flagstaff that has been languishing for decades. A building that has fallen into disuse, is so zoned as not to be able to be developed in any sort of productive way, has become an eyesore. And we have the owner, Juliet Moores, who's acquired it and hopes to turn it into something that is a valuable asset to the community, something that is productive and not contributing to any sort of dilapidation or ill use of the area. I don't have the time or the skill to reproduce Mr. McNeely's presentation. I believe that sufficiently covers what is in ordinance and statute as it pertains to the criteria for the Board of Supervisors to consider in whether or not to grant this zone change or deny it. Just wish to affirm that upon review, applicant, property owner Juliet Moores
is in agreement with the staff report and the conditions of approval recommended therein. We're in agreement also that the analysis under LU 20 is fully met, given the situation of the property, the surrounding uses, the design that has been presented in the area plan requirements. But more importantly, I wanted to touch on the subject of the protest letter that was sent along with the application, first heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission, essentially telling P&Z and now the Board of Supervisors to deny the application and butt out of the litigation or potential litigation and affairs between the property owner and its neighbors. I just wish to present to you that that is an inappropriate consideration to put before the Board of Supervisors. That it's, as Mr. McNeely stated, that is not listed in any of the elements required for the board's review and approval to grant or deny the zone change. As such, it is essentially an invitation to the Board of Supervisors to make a denial that is based in an abuse of discretion. I know you're aware of the statutory requirements for anybody challenging decisions made by government bodies, but an abuse of discretion is hallmark number one of the opening salvo in any sort of litigation in this matter. And as such, I do wish just to bring to your attention that these kinds of invitations to deny an application based on litigation of two private parties are completely outside the purview of the board's review and any requirements in law for a review of that zone change application. With that, I don't wish to belabor any more of your time. I just wanted to point that out to you all, and I trust that you're fully aware of the requirements upon any sort of denials or acceptances. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to field those now.
Any comments or questions from members of the board? There are none. Thank you so much for your presentation. And members of the board, as we know, this is a public hearing. And so what we are going to do right now is we are opening this up. It is now open for public comment and for the public hearing. We may have people present in the room that would like to be heard on this, but I'm also going to turn this over to our board clerk for her to explain to members of the public that may be here online how they can also attend this public hearing. So I'm going to turn this over to you, if you wouldn't mind, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, item number 29, we have comment cards at the table. There's very few people here. We do have 2 comment cards already from those here in the room that would like to speak. If you're watching virtually and you would like to provide a comment, you can email boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. But first, we'll start with those here in the room. And the first person that I have a comment card for is Bridget Smith. If you want to come on up to the podium, we will allow you 3 minutes to speak. There's some little lights on the podium, and it'll when it turns red, that means your 3 minutes is up. If you can please state your name and address for our minutes, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course you can. You have a seat right behind her there.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Bridget Smith. I reside at 5236 Delegowski Drive, east of Juliet Moores. We vote no to the commercial rezone. We are okay with the residential rezone. The commercial rezone will take away from our beautiful views of the mountain and disrupt our peaceful neighborhood. One whole side of our property is already commercially developed. It'll be sad to see a whole other side of our property commercialized and also cause a devalue of our property. We are currently in a lawsuit against Juliet Moores over Delegowski Drive. It is the original and only road to our property since 1947. The road has been used by my family continuously for 78 years. My husband works for the railroad, and we cannot have Delegowski Drive blocked during the reconstruction of Ms. Moore's property. He will lose his job, and we can't have that. We ask that a condition of the rezone, which we are pretty sure is going to happen, that it says that it cannot, that Delegowski Drive itself, not the road, not the easement, but Delegowski Drive, cannot be blocked in any way at all for the safety of my family. My family has life-threatening health issues. Just last week, Summit Fire Department and an ambulance responded to our house for an emergency with my father-in-law. We have had numerous emergency vehicles respond when needed over the last few years. My in-laws are scared that the road will get blocked and they will die while waiting for help. The road cannot be blocked. Also, they have never been not able to get down that road. There's nothing wrong with the road. We have had them in the middle of winter with lots of snow on the ground. When they were there last week, I asked them if there was a problem with Delegowski Drive, and they said no, it was fine. So saying that it would be for our safety to have this all done is not right. Juliet's property is still listed for sale. It has signs for sale or available signs continuously placed by the highway with many different realtors and different companies. It's like, I don't know, but I don't think that's right if she plans to stay. Also, if we retain the right to our road, the property will not be able to be developed according to the proposed plan that was submitted. We also do not think it's right that we have to cut down trees on our property and move a whole bunch of our personal stuff on our property to make a new road when our property was set up and developed over the last 70 years. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any
I
questions?
do have a question to ask
Yes.
you. So, okay, I'll wait because I will ask you a question. So
Okay.
don't leave.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Are there any other comments to be made in public hearing?
We do have another comment card here for Tim Delgowski. If you would like to come on up to the podium, you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak. There's a light of green and then red for when the time is out. And if you can please state your name and address for our minutes. Thank you.
I don't know why this is happening. We had no problem with it earlier in the board meeting before. So hopefully after today's board meeting, we can figure this out. Because I was really liking that mic up there for a while. So thank you. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Tim Delegowski.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but I can't hear.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Tim Delegowski, 5165 Tellis Trail, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86004. As a neighbor, I oppose this rezoning application, and here's why. The 2020 Donny Park Area Plan clearly states in section LU.20 that rezoning from residential to commercial is not supported unless the rezoning change meets all of 7 criteria. The applicant has met only 6 of the 7 criteria and therefore does not meet the requirements as laid out in the Donny Park Area Plan. Rezoning from residential to commercial is a big concern in Donny Park. After all the time and effort that went into the Donny Park Area Plan, approving this rezoning request without the applicant meeting the requirements of the area plan undermines the plan's effectiveness and sets a serious precedent that other applicants will not have to meet the plan's requirements. There are 4 parcels within the notification boundary of this hearing, and none of them support the proposed zoning change. That being said, if the rezone is approved by the board, it is our understanding that it is approved with the specific condition that the parcel can only be developed as a storage facility. My question is, if the rezone is approved, does the rezone run with the land? And if so, does the condition also run with the land? The reason I ask is that I believe the current property owner is engaging in speculative rezoning and has no intention to actually develop this property. The parcel is currently up for sale, which seems unusual for a developer unless they have no intention of following through. The majority of this parcel is zoned residential. The only part that is zoned commercial is the strip that provides an alternative access to Highway 89, which was never constructed by the previous owners or the current owner. The majority of the parcel is a legally non-conforming residential parcel, and if the additional acreage from the access strip were to be rezoned as residential, it would bring the parcel closer to compliance with a 2.5 acre zone. I encourage the applicant to consider this alternative, as it would have the full support of all of the neighboring property owners. The proposed rezoning request is in an area of fine homes. My wife and I have tried to add value and character to Donny Park, as have our neighbors. Rezoning this parcel from residential to commercial will have a direct negative effect on my property value, as well as the property values of my neighbors, by pushing unnecessary commercial blight into a prime residential neighborhood. For these reasons and more, I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors deny this rezoning request. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and if you have any questions, I will try to answer.
Thank you. Any other comments, public comment?
Thank you.
And I do want to ask questions, but she's not letting me. Sorry. Since it's public hearing. Thank you. So, and maybe this is first with our staff. You know, obviously, we have a situation where the Delskowskis have lived in this area for decades. And they made a gift, and the gift has come back. And the people who purchased the property, have every right to do so, people who purchased the property knew what it looked like and knew what it, where the neighbors were, and knew where that Delskowski Drive was. So my question to you is that, you know, one of the things that's been brought up is that pending the development of the new access and the paving of that road to bring it up to county standards, that Delgowski Drive is going to be somehow blocked. So I want to hear about that, because that's a concern to me.
I apologize, Madam Chair, Jess McNeely, staff. That was a question of staff. It would be helpful if we had the image up here. They're usually worth 1,000, if not 1,000,000 words. But to
You
answer
know,
your
and
question,
while you're
Madam Chair,
getting that, just feel free to answer the question.
Absolutely. So the informal unpermitted Delgowski Drive crosses Forest Service land. It's from an unpermitted.
And I know that. My question is, pending the easement, the access that's already there, that was supposed to have been developed by the church,
Mhm.
pending that, how are the Delgowskis supposed to get back to their property?
This is the legal access that was created specifically to give access to the property.
But it's not built.
But it's not yet built. When
Okay,
it is
that's-
built, it will give
Okay,
access.
I'm gonna try to say it again, and I'm sorry, Jess, if I'm not making it clear. While that is waiting to be built, how are the Delgowskis gonna get back to their property?
Absolutely. So, Madam Chair.
Absolutely
The
how?
conditions, the conditions in this,
Okay.
in what was forwarded to you from the Planning and Zoning Commission, in your ordinance, require that the property to the east maintain access. So that would tell me that the unpermitted Delgowski Drive be left open until the permitted commercial access get built to give the property to the east access, before the property owner could develop their property commercially. Likewise, The subject property does not have legal access right now. Our department cannot legally issue a building
And I
until
get
it's
that.
established.
Okay,
Right.
and I get that. And I also get that we do not have any authority to take a look at the prescriptive easement or that legal argument. Let me throw pens at you. That legal argument, that is something that's going to have to be done in court. I'm not even going there. But what I want, and I'm not going to call it legal or illegal or any of that. The fact is, they've used it for decades. And I want to make sure that if in fact there's going to be a quote legal access built up to county standards, would be a nice road, which is just to the north of it, that pending that getting built, that nobody is going to interfere with the use of Delgowski Drive to get back to their property. I want that, and I, no legalese, no playing with words, no, it's a, I want that clearly set forth. Okay?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And with that, appreciate that item or condition 3 in the proposed ordinance is access shall be maintained to the residential property to the east. And I understand that to mean exactly what you're describing, that at no point in time would the residential property to the east not have access to Highway 89.
At no point in time will they not have access pending the rebuilding. So that's important. So, yeah, and thank you. And now I'm going to ask the, Bridget, yes, does that resolve your concern?
No, because access can be, we'll drive through the dirt and go over there, you can still get up to the highway. I need it stating that they will not block Delegowski Drive.
Well, that's what I'm asking for as well. Do-
Access, that can mean, well, then you can drive across this field over here and get stuck in the mud and make your way up to the highway.
If we have to make that condition stronger, we should make it stronger. Yes.
I was just going to suggest that the board is welcome to modify the
Yes.
conditions. If you would like to add language, we can get
We
that done.
we probably will. So thank you though for that. I really appreciate that. So, and that's what my concern is, and that's why I'm saying I don't want to play with words here. We want to make it clear that what you have used for access for decades is going to continue to be your access until, if we go forward with this, which we haven't made that decision, but if we go forward with this, that access is going to be maintained in your access as it is, quite frankly, without blockage, without somebody doing whatever they need to do. You get to use that pending the new one. And if we did that, are you comfortable with the new access?
It needs to tie in with Delegowski Drive.
What is that? I don't know what that means.
We are expected to change our road on our property.
What you'd
to
have
bring
to-
in fill- to cut down, to get a road that's not going to sink down behind the garage. Those pictures don't show behind the garage, but there is a slope and a hill from the fence that comes down to the garage. We're going to have to address, snow melt and rainwater, washing that down. We're going to have to cut down all those trees behind the garage. That takes away our property value. We have to pay for all this to be done, to go from where our road sits right now, right here, behind the garage, to this other entrance, that our property was never, that we never knew that we would ever have to use. That was just an easement that was just given by the church in good faith for the gift of the property.
Which they never
I
accomplished.
can't, it's not my fault that this has happened, and it's, we don't like this, but, this is a very hard financial burden for us to have to pay for all this, cut down trees, get all this stuff done.
Thank you. You had a question, Supervisor Vasquez?
More of just a comment, just to clarify. So the way I understand the language of what you're saying, Chair Horseman, is basically that until that easement road is built, that there would be no additional construction in that area that would block that road until so they couldn't start that construction until the easement was completed through the north side of that property. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct. We are going to court to try and keep our road right now. Okay, I mean, if we don't have to do this, we're not going to. The plans can be changed to keep the road, if we keep the road. If the courts allow us to keep the road, she can change her plans. If not, well, then we do what we gotta do.
Any other comments? Sure. Sure, Tim?
Because the easement along the north side provides access to Bridget's property, it also provided access to the church, and it also provided access to the storage facility to the north, the existing storage facility. So that easement was dedicated to serve 3 separate properties, not just the Delegowski property or Bridget's property. And then if the easement is constructed within that designated easement on the north, it needs to tie into Delegowski Drive, and that should be at no cost to Bridget because, like you said, she's been using this road for decades, and or the road has been in use for decades, and that any improvements or changes to her driveway should be borne by the applicant because that's what's driving the change in her driveway. The applicant should pay for those changes. That's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We're still in open public meeting, so if there are any comments in the public, now is the time. Any other comments, questions from members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, Jeff, you have this map that on page 4, this map. Okay. I'm going to ask, these are 2 different areas that one is forest land, the other one is commercial or residential land here. And the road goes so with the comments that are being made, I'm just kind of wondering, you know, it kind of seems like they don't want the road to be put here, but it, you know, going around up in there, and that they want to maintain that road right there at all times, and that's going to be splitting the what the main purpose of this hearing is for, where we're going to do commercial instead of residential, and given the residential, it's less than it's less than the amount of land that's supposed to be there. So we have this issue. And you're saying that there's a road that was supposed to have been built, which was never built, and that's causing all that confusion. In the meantime, to have access to the properties of the 2 here, then it's like it's been there for years. So I'm just kind of wondering if we can't do residential there, and then we have a road right down the middle, and you know there's because the main road was never built, then you know what can be done, because it's going to split both the land, one piece of land that we're talking about almost down maybe 3/4 down the way. So I guess I'm just kind of trying to picture that, and if you can go over that again, appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Begay. This image certainly shows where the unpermitted Delegaspi Drive goes across the subject property. One of the complexities here is it's going across Forest Service land. So that's yet another question on this property. And it's connecting to Highway 89, an ADOT managed right-of-way. And ADOT has not permitted that access point. That does not meet ADOT's safety standards. So there's several of these issues that go along with it that make it difficult at best to develop Delegaspi Drive, where the informal Delegaspi Drive has obviously existed for many years. The whole logic of the dedication of land on the north side of the subject property was that portion actually touches the ADOT right of way to be able to get access. I certainly understand the complexity of the property to the east has been getting their access right here, as I'm showing, and they will be getting it legally as it's been established since 1979 at this point. So that is actually we work in situations like this in the unincorporated county all the time, where you have land that was split with lot splits over time, in which easements, private easements, create the access, and the burden is typically on the private property owners to build the access on their properties. So certainly understand the concerns from the residential property owner to the east, but the legal access is where the legal access is, and that's obviously where the subject property owner has to create their access and can't develop their property until they build their access within the legal easement on the north side of their property. Does that help, Supervisor Begay?
Legal access is way on top.
Yes.
All the way across. And then the unlegal one is going through that drive right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not ADOT material or whatever. Okay.
I have another question, and this probably to the applicant. Is the property still for sale?
You take the podium, please.
Wait, just for the record. And maybe one of your representatives stand up for you.
If we both stand up here, is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah. Sorry about that. It's just for the record. We need to, even though it seems like the mics aren't working, we need to get it for the record. And I guess is the property still for sale?
You want to buy it?
I don't know how, no, just kidding. I'm not interested in buying the property.
From the north of Scotland, if it isn't tied down, I'll sell it.
Okay. So the property's still for sale?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? All right, then we are still in public meeting. And if there are any, or I should say public hearing, are there any other members of the public want to be heard on this? Any other comments, questions from the public? Then I'm going to close the public hearing. We are now closed in public hearing. Members of the board, do we have any comments or questions? Any additional comments or questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
This case is a difficult one in the sense that there's a road that's historically been used, but it's not up to code. And so looking at the easement, that seems like the right solution. However, I feel your pain about your family having to front the cost of fixing the road to connect to your road. And so this is more just a comment or a suggestion, if there was any way to like split the cost, because it is gonna cost you some and it's not fair to you. And I don't, in my opinion, you shouldn't have to bear the full brunt of that cost. But I just wanted to make that comment that I hear you about the need for some help with, if that easement goes through, of adjusting it to your own road. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I do not have the conditions. Maybe other people do, but I do not have the conditions. And I guess either does Supervisor Vasquez.
Madam Chair, ordinance 2025-06 in your packet. It's actually page 3 of 53 of,
Just, I don't have page 3 of 53. Just so you know, I do not have a complete. Yep, we don't have the complete conditions. I actually don't. I guess you don't either. I have page 3 of 53. That's what I have yours. I have 4 of 53. I have 5 of 53. I do not have the conditions. I don't have. I don't have the conditions. Okay, you know, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Public hearing is closed. We will come back here for further discussion with the board, and I wanna. So let's get a 5-minute break, please.
Looking for the ordinance language. You want the ordinance language, correct, Madam Chair?
What page is that? Thank you. And I apologize. I did have the conditions of approval. I guess I was expecting something much more complete. And so, but I did have the conditions of approval. So I apologize for that. It is before me, and I'm going to be making some suggestions on that. But before that, we are out of public hearing. This is discussion, and I would like to ask either Jess or Jay. The question is, I know that the current applicant has agreed to pay for the access and the paving up to county standards from Highway 89, using that legal access or legal easement all the way up to the Smith property. Is it appropriate for us to make the request that they pay for the access from Highway 89 to the existing Delgowski Road?
Madam Chair, the short answer would be yes. The applicant could be required to build that access easement, just as the church previously was required to build that access.
They're required to build this access easement here, and again, where picture.
Well, I don't know where here is, so.
Oh, gosh. Sorry about that.
Let me bring it up. Okay, back.
Okay. We'll get it back.
There we go. Well, Madam Chair, to answer your question, the attorney has some comments regarding the development. on
Okay, so
private
do you understand my question?
I believe your question, Madam Chair, just to get it straight.
Yes.
Is could the applicant, the subject property owner, be required to make improvements on the neighboring property to the east?
Or pay
connect-
for it, not to pay for.
Pay for. That, in this case, especially absent an easement on the neighbor's property, that would be requiring an off-site improvement on a private property, burden on the subject property. I'm sure they could voluntarily offer that, but our understanding would be that that is not a legal requirement to require the applicant to pay for off-site improvements on another subject properties, or on neighboring properties, private property, especially if it's absent an easement. It wouldn't be uncommon for an easement to straddle two properties. Often they run, the center line of an easement will run right between two properties.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for a applicant to be required to improve that entire easement. But in a case that you're describing, we don't see that as being a legal easement, or really something that legally the applicant should be required to pay for.
Okay, well, whether they should or should not isn't the question. Whether they legally can be required is the question. And I think the answer to that is, I'll ask legal on that.
The answer is no, I don't believe you can require the offsite improvements. I think it would also be just legally complicating because of the easement issues. They'd need to have there'd be property issues on the other property.
That's what we just need for the record. So thanks. And I have a question then. If we would take the ordinance, which I do have, and page 2 of that ordinance and number 3, we beefed up number 3. It says access shall be maintained to the residential property to the east. I'm not really sure what that means either. I think it is point well taken. I would say pending the construction and the paving and access of the easement, the current access of what is labeled Delgowski Drive will remain open and unobstructed to allow existing property owners access to their residential property. Do you have any problems with that as a legal requirement?
I don't have any problems with that as I heard it.
Thanks.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, the point and intention of the revised language is to maintain access to all properties at all time associated with.
I understand what the intent is. I want to make sure the language says the intent. And by the way, I mean, more than happy if legal has some other language to add to that, to certainly accept that. But I just felt that what I just suggested adds a little bit more strength to it. That's all.
I agree. I think it adds appropriate strength. If I recall correctly, this condition was added in Planning Commission. So it was kind of an impromptu thing that can be improved upon by the board.
Thank you. Other comments, questions from members of the board? members of the board, we have, as you know, before us, the complete record on this and a unanimous finding and recommendation from planning and zoning. For us to make a zone change, we have to answer these questions. Is the zone change consistent with the zoning ordinance, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan, and the comprehensive plan goals and policies? Is the zone change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. Improve legal access built to county standards is part of this. Number 3, the zone change, is it compatible with the adjacent commercial properties? And we have seen the adjacent commercial properties of RV and self-storage facilities. And the question is it, does it meet the established character in the surrounding neighborhood? And we note that the planning and zoning did in fact find in the affirmative in all 3 of those findings. And it is now before us. I would say at a minimum, I'm going to ask to change on there, if we go forward with this on the ordinance number 3, to pending the construction and paving and access of the easement. The current access of what is labeled Delgowski Drive will remain open and unobstructed to allow property owners access to their residential property. Okay, with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for discussion or comments.
I was just thinking because it was in District 4, I was wondering what the District 4 supervisor's position is
Well,
to start the conversation.
Well, I just feel that, would that be pending the main road on the north end of the property? Supervisor? Would that be pending access until the road on top?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
if that's it, then I agree with that.
Supervisor Entreveros.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to state that I did, before this hearing, I did read the staff report. I did read all of the citizen participation letters. I heard everything that was said here this evening. And again, I heard what was said. And when the Planning and Zoning Commission made the decision, when this board makes the decision, we are limited to making the 3 findings of fact. And just to boil it down, if this board can make the 3 findings, we have to approve it. Things that are irrelevant that this board cannot consider this evening are private litigation and the fact that the property is for sale. We cannot consider that at all when we're making these findings. And as I read through here and staff's report with their analysis as far as their analysis to the following the findings for a zone change, I think that their analysis is spot on, and I can make the findings as they have analyzed it in here. And I will also say that I do not have a problem with the modified language that Chair Horstman has suggested to replace condition number 3 in the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Entreveros. And I will say that with the understanding of the difficulties this creates to the family and the additional expense, et cetera, and recognizing that no good deed goes unpunished, I also agree that I can make the same findings that Planning and Zoning has made, and would agree with the recommendation for the zone change with the amendment that I've already read. And that's my feeling on this. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight and sharing with us both your optimism and your concern about this issue. Based on the findings that have been provided, I agree that they meet those findings. My concern is access during the construction of the easement road, and so as long as we have that amended language, then I'm okay to move forward. But I do want to ensure that that easement is done before that access across the property is allowed to be blocked off. And so with that language, I'm okay moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Jess for meeting with me ahead of time and going over the case with me. And I had answered all my questions. And I have read through the staff's report, and I agree with the report. And the easement, I understand and hear what the neighbors are expressing. However, we just don't have that authority to, there's certain areas that we just don't have authority in. And I just want to add that the amendment that has been established should be able to address the concern where you'll be able to have access to your property while the construction is taking place on the North Road. So with that, I do find the findings as well. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? If not, at this time, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Yes. Does someone have it written down? I have what I thought was said written down, but
If you can read my writing.
yes. Because I think we're going to want to include that in the motion. So you're going to make the motion as stated, but then with a modification of that language. Okay. Because I did have, you mentioned it, and I had one extra thing that I thought of to put in there. So, because I thought it would be a good idea to connect it to condition 1, which is the construction of that easement. So if we refer to it in the condition 3, it'll make it a little more clear. So I think it would read, pending the construction of the legal access set forth in condition 1, the current access labeled as Dalagowski Drive shall remain open and unobstructed to provide legal access to the property owners to the east. Does that sound like it captures what you were wanting? Does that sound correct to you, Chair Horstman?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nicely done.
Now it's going in condition number 1.
It's going to go in condition number 3. So condition number 3 says something like provide access to property owners to the east. So this is adding a bit to the beginning of it to make it really clear what that means, connecting it to condition number 1, which is establishing the actual road across the north of the property.
Okay. And can you read that one more time?
I will read it one more time. Pending the construction of legal access set forth in condition 1, the current access labeled as Dalagowski Drive shall remain open and unobstructed to provide access to the property owners to the east. So I can see the other two. Thank you. I have it pulled up right now.
Thank you, everyone, for still being here. I counted 12 and a half hours of work today. So I just want to say thank you for being here with us. I'd like to make a motion at this time, and I make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-06, approving a zone change from AR 2.5 agricultural residential 2.5 acre minimum parcel size to CG-1010, comma 10,000, commercial general on a 1 acre portion of a 1.8 acre parcel in Donny Park. The property is located at 7725 North Highway 89 and is further identified as parcel number 301-25-008B. The applicant is Isaac Block of Civil Design and Engineering Incorporated. Flagstaff, and the property owner is Juliet Morris, Pine, Colorado. At this time,
I would say, would recommend, would you say subject to the following conditions?
subject to the following conditions, and I'll go ahead and have the attorney
Okay.
read those.
Condition number 1, the development shall substantially conform with this approved site plan access and obtain the required ADOT encroachment permit and all county required permits. Condition 2, the site shall be developed in substantial conformance with the submitted site plan and narrative. Condition 3, pending the construction of legal access as set forth in condition 1, the current access labeled Dalagowski Drive shall remain open and unobstructed to provide access to the property owners to the east.
And this will run with the property, correct?
Correct.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? It is unanimous. We find for the zone change, subject to the conditions as read. Thank you, and I want to thank you all for being here. These are hard matters, and especially with folks that have lived there for such a long time. And yet, it is a property right when folks purchase a property to be able to do zone change pursuant to our regulations, and that's what was done here. And so we hope that we've added a little bit of you can sleep a little bit better at night for some of the beefing up of those conditions. Otherwise, we wish you all well. Really appreciate our staff. They've done a lot of work on this, and really appreciate all of your work and bringing us up to speed on these issues. With that, this has been a long night for the board, a long night for you all here and for our staff. And so we are going to adjourn this meeting. We bid you well, and please be safe going home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.